never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. The head of Russia's nuclear forces has been killed in an explosion in Moscow. Igor Kirillov was blown up by a device hidden in an electric scooter as he left a residential block on Tuesday morning. Ukraine's security service is claiming responsibility for the attack, alleging the lieutenant general carried out war crimes. Sean Bell is a military analyst.
It is quite a dramatic loss to Russia, particularly since there are claims that Russia's been using chemical weapons in the fight in Ukraine. And there's claims that 4,800, nearly 5,000 claims that chemical weapons, which are illegal, have been used since February 22. And all of that falls on the hands of Igor Kirillov. So it's Ukraine will be probably quite delighted that he's met his end today.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's leadership is again under pressure after the abrupt departure of his Finance Minister, Chrystia Freeland, who expressed disagreements over how to deal with incoming US President Donald Trump. Caroline Malone reports.
Only a month left until US President-elect Donald Trump comes into power, when he could enforce 25% tariffs on all Canadian goods. There is also for Canada, though, the tricky issue of trying to deal with what Trump sees as a border issue. He's campaigned on a promise to crack down on illegal immigration and the flow of drugs, particularly fentanyl. Prime Minister Trudeau is considering increasing spending to boost border security, but there is still opposition to that idea. Some people think it will put Canada in a bad position to deal with economic hits from possible tariffs.
Vanuatu has been hit with a 7.3 magnitude earthquake near its capital city, Port Vila. The full extent of the damage remains unclear as power and mobile networks remain cut off across the Pacific island. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron will travel to his country's Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte in coming days, as rescue teams rush to locate the missing following a cyclone that officials there say has killed hundreds of people. Ross Cullen has the details.
The French Interior Minister says the island of Mayotte has been completely devastated. Bruno Retailleau added that there is, quote, nothing left of the shanty towns. Mayotte is struggling in the aftermath of the worst cyclone to hit the island in almost 100 years. The president says he will be travelling to the Indian Ocean Territory in the coming days, and the race is on to locate survivors and provide water, food and shelter, and also to try to prevent the spread of disease.
And footballer Vinicius Jr. has been named the Men's Player of the Year at the FIFA Best Awards. The 24-year-old Brazilian played a key role in Real Madrid's Champions League and title-winning campaigns last season, but he boycotted another awards ceremony, the recent Ballon d'Or, after missing out to Manchester City's Rodri. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the widespread reports of unexplained drones flying in the skies above the northeast of the United States. The governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, says the federal government is now providing her state with drone detection equipment in a bid to unravel the mystery. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says there is no evidence of any foreign involvement in the multiple accounts of drones that have been reported by residents of New Jersey over the last couple of weeks.
Everybody's getting very excited. They are seeing lots of normal and natural things and putting two and two together and getting 700.
Tim Ripley is a military analyst and editor of Defence News website Defence Eye.
People are seeing strange lights, which can be aircraft at various distances. There have been a few pictures of these things, which to me look like hobby drones that are being flown perfectly legitimately over the countryside, and they are being turned into suspicious activity when it's probably nothing suspicious. Because they're reporting them, it's becoming a phenomenon.
It's estimated that more than 8,000 drones take to the skies of America every day, with more than 1 million registered to users across the country. But the Biden administration is coming under pressure to provide more specific explanations of the recent sightings. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
A reminder again of our top stories. The head of Russia's nuclear forces has been killed in an explosion in Moscow. Ukraine's security service is claiming responsibility for the attack, alleging Lieutenant General Igor Kirillov carried out war crimes. The Pacific island of Vanuatu has been hit by a 7.3 magnitude earthquake near its capital city, Port Vila. And footballer Vinicius Jr. has been named the Men's Player of the Year at the FIFA Best Awards. That's the latest feature story news. I'm Benji Haya in Washington.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
All right, just like that. What do you say? Looks like it is showtime. Here we go. Back to work. We got stuff to do. News you can use. So welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Definitely a cooler night outside the secret bunker. It's been a pretty darn nice week. We're in the low to mid 50s to start the week. Sunday night, Monday morning, in the 40s 24 hours ago. Now we're down, knocking on the door at the freezing mark, which that's not too bad for this time of year. Rolling into the 18th day of December. So what do we have? Technically, 3 days of fall left. Autumn comes to a close. Winter officially beginning this Saturday, December 21. Again, as we've been kind of updating the last few nights, right on time, right on cue, I guess you'd say, for the official arrival of winter. Get ready for some folks, it's going to be probably the biggest snow you've seen since last winter. Getting some advisories out of Wisconsin, looking toward Thursday morning. A burst of snow, which will be shovelable and plowable, begins to move in. But first things first, here we are, closing out a Tuesday, making our way into Wednesday, a.k.a. Hump Day. Hey, Mike. We do have a little bit of snow. Not enough to prompt winter weather advisories, but it is bringing some slippery conditions, quick accumulation on some of the roadways there in portions of Iowa. Moving into northern Illinois, there is one heavy burst, or a.k.a. a squall line, dramatically reduced visibility. Yeah, right there toward the, you got the confluence, Wisconsin, northwest Illinois, and eastern Iowa, right in that zone, east of Waterloo. Bringing a quick accumulation, slick road conditions there, some light snow extending back right about to the Des Moines area. Again, most areas should see less than an inch of accumulation from that during the overnight hours. We're still above the freezing mark down into central Illinois and southern Indiana, where we see some shower activity. A few pockets of heavier rain in the mix there. From southernmost south central and southwest Indiana, western portions of Kentucky, some of this rain will be moving into the Louisville area, probably within the hour ahead. Showers extending down into the Bowling Green area. Spotty showers in northern portions of Arkansas. We've got a line then of showers, maybe even a few rumbles of thunder from right about Springfield, Missouri, extending down into north central or east central Oklahoma, then on back down to nearly Wichita Falls, Texas. That's a fairly thin line, but definitely dropping some heavy rains as it pushes through, which, as a matter of fact, we have flood watches in place for that region right there. South central Kentucky, western portions of Tennessee, and northeastern portions of Arkansas, as that line is going to progress onto the east through the overnight and into your Wednesday. We call the traveler's weather. Yes, snow, a wintry mix, hazardous travel conditions will be impacting parts of the Midwest and the Northeast. Starting later today or right on through the end of the week. 2 storms are going to push through the region. According to AccuWeather, a potential third storm developing offshore in the Atlantic is being closely monitored for some possible trouble there. But the wintry side of the storms will cause some slippery travel, mainly over the northern portions of the central and interior Northeast. The caboose of the storm tail may create some slippery conditions and major airline delays in that busy Interstate 95 corridor as we look ahead toward Friday evening, should that coastal storm evolve into its full potential. We've got a weak storm that slipped through the Northeast Monday night, along with a weak push of chilly air. Just enough to bring a little bit of snow and a wintry mix we saw to the northern tier of Indiana, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Anywhere from northern Indiana to southern Michigan, central New England, some areas, a slushy inch of snow or wintry mix for some. Yeah, we saw a general 1 to 3 inches of snow near Saginaw Bay, Michigan, over toward the New York, Pennsylvania border area there. Further south, the same storm brings drenching rains from northeastern Texas and northern Louisiana to the southern and central parts of Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, much of New Jersey, and on into southern New England. Rain will fall from the midweek storm here, from St. Louis to Pittsburgh, New York City, and Boston. Generally half-inch to maybe an inch of rain in that zone. That's the system we were just mentioning here a moment ago that's bringing the shower activity to parts of western Kentucky and southern Indiana. The same storm will bring some flurries to maybe a couple of inches of snow to parts of the northern and central plains. Yeah, that area of snow is going to kind of fizzle as it nears the Great Lakes. Could bring a few slippery conditions into the Chicago area as we head toward later Wednesday morning. In the wake of this midweek storm, a colder storm is going to sweep southeast out of western Canada, a.k.a. an Alberta Clipper. This is going to be a pretty strong Clipper, racing from southern Canada prairie foothills tonight into the Dakotas by Wednesday night, and then to the Great Lakes region by Thursday night. Now, we mentioned it's going to be a shovelable, plowable system. There will be a pocket of 6 to 12 inches of snow from southern Alberta to parts of North Dakota. However, as with most clippers like this, the fast-moving storm tends to bring light to moderate snowfall with limited moisture. Got a frog in the throat. So there's a general 1 to 3 inches of dry, fluffy snow from central North Dakota through much of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, on into southern Ontario. There will be a narrow strip where enough moisture will produce some big flakes for several hours, maybe piling up 3 to 6 inches of snow. That's eastern North Dakota, central Minnesota, including the Minneapolis area, and on to north central Wisconsin, including Green Bay. The jet stream continues to push the Clipper swiftly along through the northeast Thursday night into Friday. There we go. As the Clipper storm nears the Atlantic coast late Friday and Friday night, we will see a transformation taking place. How quickly the storm's energy transfers to that budding coastal storm will have a determinable impact on the intensity, the duration, how much snow we'll see from the mid-Atlantic coast and the central Appalachians on up into New England. The Clipper part of the storm alone will produce some intermittent snow and flurries from the eastern Great Lakes and the central Appalachians to the coastal northeast. The other possibility is that the energy transfer takes place quickly. That would lead to anything from a period of snow and a small accumulation to maybe several inches and a significant impact on travel. A storm that ramps up quickly, hugging the coast, will bring slippery travel in, say, the New York metro area, and an all-out snowstorm in the Boston area, as well as much of central and eastern New England, late Friday to early Saturday. So we'll keep watching in the wake of that Clipper and the coastal combo. Winds are going to kick up. Colder air is going to be drawn into the northeast, bringing with it some of the lowest temperatures of the season so far for much of that region. Give you more on who's going to need to bundle up. You're going to be spending time outdoors. If you're not properly dressed, it will be uncomfortable, and you will run the risk of frostbite or hypothermia.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at ooida.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, another issue you may be contending with that's going to slow you down in many areas in the southeast is going to be the fog. A lot of fog in the forecast as you roll into a new day. Dense fog advisories all along the coastal areas. Southeastern Texas, all of southern Louisiana, southern Mississippi. Additional dense fog advisories through the heart of Arkansas, central Tennessee, much of Alabama. Then you go on down into southern Georgia, eastern portions of South Carolina, even northern Florida. Dense fog advisories even into the Jacksonville area tonight. We saw the impacts of that dense fog in Louisiana this past morning. Multiple vehicles, somewhere akin to 40, 50 vehicles involved in a major pileup. Now, the forecast is more fog is predicted for southeast Louisiana for Wednesday morning, possibly even more intense than we saw. The dense fog advisory kicks in at the midnight hour this morning, which is less than an hour away in the central time zone. It runs till about 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. According to WDSU, fog was seen in the areas of the Causeway Bridge and Lake Pontchartrain both Monday and Tuesday mornings. Poor visibility caused by the fog, contributing to the 50-vehicle pileup on the Causeway Bridge Tuesday morning. 33 people were hurt, and at least 30 were left stranded on the Causeway Bridge in that incident, which the Causeway Police Department says was the worst accident in that bridge's history, they say. Now, later this morning, overnight, Wednesday's fog is actually predicted to be more impactful than we saw both Monday and Tuesday, where they did not even see official fog advisories. Use caution, especially later on Wednesday morning for the morning commutes. The local news outlet was kind of highlighting this Causeway Bridge. Yeah, there have been incidents, many over the years, where vehicles caught up in these accidents have gone over into the water. Amazing, with all the vehicles involved in this, no vehicles actually went over. Yeah, with some of the previous incidents, supposedly they've done a lot to enhance the railing and the barriers, trying to prevent vehicles from going into the water there. But with those fog sort of situations, in all likelihood, we would have been talking probably fatalities if any vehicles had actually gone over this past morning. So slow it down. Meanwhile, to other industry headlines, a pedestrian bridge collapsing after being struck by a semi in upstate New York this past morning, about 11:15 a.m. At Eastman Business Park in Rochester area. According to News 3, the truck left its lift in the up position and attempted to drive beneath the pedestrian walkway, that walkway then collapsing, coming down to an oncoming sedan. The motorist in that vehicle was injured, but not considered to be life-threatening. But all right, around the country, what do we see? It is 844-844-3388. Wintertime is upon us. The chain laws are in effect out west. Give you more details from the Washington State Patrol, where they are enforcing the chain requirements. They've conducted several commercial vehicle chain check operations on the Snoqualmie Pass in recent weeks. A lot of drivers not prepared, ending up with citations. So we'll give you, again, the advisory from the Washington State Patrol. They are, again, enforcing those chain laws. Hello to Philly Dan as we kick off the brand new day. I see the camel emoji there. Yeah, happy hump day. Jeffrey is in the house. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Your company gets me through the night. That's what we're here for, right? Hello, Shorty. I-77 northbound Charlotte, North Carolina. He is Columbus bound at 53 degrees. Not too bad. Rubber Duck, hi there, Mishawaka. We finished a fantastic cheesesteak from that truck stop that the Mega Fleet say to stay away from. But it was yummy. Okay. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down, be safe, 34 degrees, Sugartize, New York. Round number 2 to Schenectady. I've been sick since Sunday. Kind of lost my voice today. I guess that would actually make a few people happy, but yeah, you notice last week I really had the whole throat thing going on. I thought I was going to lose my voice at one point, kind of struggling. Still got something in there from time to time, but most of that's now gone kind of to the sinuses. I mean, blowing the nose, blowing. My nose is pretty sore, like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. It's the common cold. Last week my daughter had it, the grandson had it. Initially, he missed a couple of days of school, so went to the doctor. Not the COVID, not the strep throat, just your common cold, as the doctor said. You just got to let it run its course. So I didn't even bother to go to the doctor myself. My mom had the same thing. We just passed it all around, right? That's what you do. And come next week, because we are 1 week from Christmas Day. Millions of people will share the love. Take their bugs with them over the hills and through the woods to pass it on to relatives and family members. The joys of the holidays. Hello to Gary. There's Marianne on board. Joe got a thumbs up there. Pappy, it is the midnight hour. What day is it? What day is it? Not official. To the one-time world champion propane hauler, Horse Feathers makes it so. Down to 36, Harrison, Ohio, just a few digits shy of the freezing mark. Don't be shy. Hit those digits, 844-844-3388. That'll get you on the air with Mr. Steve Summers rocking the overnight drive. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. Keep it between the spotted and the solid and hammer down. Or, of course, you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. I'm with you. Gilligan, morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, got some light fog at this hour, 46 degrees, Stoneville, North Carolina tonight. All right, everybody, keep it shiny side up. There is Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, spitting a little bit of snow, 25 degrees in Mankato, Minnesota. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed north for America's Dairyland. With the snow and the wet roads, I've got to dial things back a bit. Contained at only 10 miles per hour over the speed limit. Safety first, you know. Steve, I'm in agreement with the trucking iconic Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, about the limeys reading the news. Nothing like reporting the U.S. news while sipping tea in London. Special one night only shout out to Pappy from the land of 10,000 lakes. They're working on it. They're working on it. Wait, why is it such a long, drawn-out process? I don't know. But, you know, we had the USA News. That was there was a contractual thing. There were a whole lot of other things involved, but they pretty much locked us out, not allowing us to download. And that's been the case. I had my Tuesday morning chat with Ryan this past morning. He did finally get a hold of the powers that be, actually spoke to a voice rather than some sort of a recording. He said that is his top priority right now, trying to get that back on and running, USA News. All right, just trying to keep you up to speed. Hello to Kevin, who says, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. It's news break. It is 844-844-3388.
From a feature story news in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. The head of Russia's nuclear forces has been killed in an explosion in Moscow. Igor Kirillov was blown up by a device hidden in an electric scooter as he left a residential block on Tuesday morning. Ukraine's security service is claiming responsibility for the attack, alleging the lieutenant general carried out war crimes. Sean Bell is a military analyst.
It is quite a dramatic loss to Russia, particularly since there are claims that Russia's been using chemical weapons in the fight in Ukraine. And there's claims that 4,800, nearly 5,000 claims that chemical weapons, which are illegal, have been used since February 22. And all of that falls on the hands of Igor Kirillov. So it's Ukraine will be probably quite delighted that he's met his end today.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's leadership is again under pressure after the abrupt departure of his finance minister, Chrystia Freeland, who expressed disagreements over how to deal with incoming US President Donald Trump. Caroline Malone reports.
Only a month left until US President-elect Donald Trump comes into power, when he could enforce 25% tariffs on all Canadian goods. There is also for Canada, though, the tricky issue of trying to deal with what Trump sees as a border issue. He's campaigned on a promise to crack down on illegal immigration and the flow of drugs, particularly fentanyl. Prime Minister Trudeau is considering increasing spending to boost border security, but there is still opposition to that idea. Some people think it will put Canada in a bad position to deal with economic hits from possible tariffs.
Vanuatu has been hit with a 7.3 magnitude earthquake near its capital city, Port Vila. The full extent of the damage remains unclear as power and mobile networks remain cut off across the Pacific island. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron will travel to his country's Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte in coming days, as rescue teams rush to locate the missing following a cyclone that officials there say has killed hundreds of people. Ross Cullen has the details.
The French Interior Minister says the island of Mayotte has been completely devastated. Bruno Retailleau added that there is, quote, nothing left of the shanty towns. Mayotte is struggling in the aftermath of the worst cyclone to hit the island in almost 100 years. The president says he will be travelling to the Indian Ocean territory in the coming days, and the race is on to locate survivors and provide water, food and shelter, and also to try to prevent the spread of disease.
And footballer Vinicius Jr. has been named the Men's Player of the Year at the FIFA Best Awards. The 24-year-old Brazilian played a key role in Real Madrid's Champions League and title-winning campaigns last season, but he boycotted another awards ceremony, the recent Ballon d'Or, after missing out to Manchester City's Rodri. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
What are we into here as we roll into a Wednesday, midweek coming on? Phone lines open at 844-844-3388. Hello to Eskimo Mom, kicking her week off. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day it is. 1 week till Christmas. 13 days left in the year. And if you're looking forward, 93 days till spring. All right, got a muncie to start the week off. No idea what's in store when I get back. Hazy skies off and on because we got some weather rolling in. Depending on where the temperature goes. It may be rain, could be snow, it may be a mix. I've got 35 degrees at my store right now. All right. Safe travels, Eskimo Mom. Now we're counting down the days as the actual college football playoffs commence coming up this weekend. And yeah, for those wondering about the forecast, yeah, there may be some snow potentially for both of the big games, Indiana, Pennsylvania, accompanying some very, very cold temperatures. Give you more on that. But here we are, 2 days away. Coming up Friday morning, we will hear from the prognosticator of prognosticators, his picks for the upcoming weekend. Will it be Indiana or Notre Dame? SMU or Penn State? Of course, you got Clemson versus Texas, Tennessee versus Ohio State. We've had much discussion about the college football portal in recent days. And I'll share with you Penn State's head coach this past day, James Franklin, calling for a college football commissioner after he said his quarterback didn't actually want to leave. Coach Franklin calling for the NCAA to establish a leader of college football after expressing his frustration over the transfer window landing during the college football playoff. Of course, Penn State will host SMU coming up this Saturday, the first round of the college playoff, the 12-team bracket, but was crippled by an announcement that their backup quarterback, Beau Pribula, will enter the transfer portal at the same time. Pribula has taken the lead role, performed wonderfully when filling in for the usual starting quarterback, Drew Aller. But this past day, Pribula had to take his chance with the transfer portal in order to land a number one quarterback position at another school, since Aller declared he will return to Penn State next year. Coach Franklin sounding off during a press conference saying, or actually asking, who is really running college football and making the best decisions for the student athletes and for the sport as a whole. He went on to say to have a transfer portal / free agency going on right in the middle of the playoffs. It's just there's a lot of things that don't really make any sense. Franklin said it's now pretty obvious the NCAA needs a college football commission and one who is not affected by conference finances. We need somebody running college football, somebody that's not biased based on a conference and that's out of the financial impacts as well. So, I'm concerned for college football right now in general, to be honest with you. I don't think it's in the best interest of the student athlete. Now, Pribula shared his own concerns about the crossover of the playoffs and the transfer portal, saying it does create a challenge for the student athletes. The overlapping CFP playoff and the transfer portal timeline has forced me, he said, into an impossible decision, speaking to CBS Sports. Coach Franklin openly claimed that Pribula did not want to leave the Penn State program, but he was put in a no-win situation. Franklin said, I actually agree with him. I don't think it's in the best interest of the student athlete. Beau should not be put in this position. The Penn State coach signed a 10-year deal worth a guaranteed $85 million in 2021. He then received more incentives once the college football playoff was established. But the oddity of the transfer window that opened on December 9th, and it will be closing on December the 28th. Of course, we had talked rather in depth the likes of the Marshall program. According to Big Ed the other night, Marshall is not even going to participate in their bowl game. Essentially the entire damn team put into the portal. All right, let's take a look for those with outdoor plans later this week into the weekend for the Midwest and the Northeast. Get ready. The unusual warmth is coming to a dramatic end. Get ready to bundle up as frigid air accompanied by gusty winds and wind chills. The air will be cold for much of the Midwest. Maybe not as cold as we've seen in recent weeks, but it will be formidable in the Midwest. Temperatures about 10 degrees below average for several days. And, of course, the winds making it feel that much colder. Chicago's high was in the teens on December 12th. Low temperatures around that date were in the single digits. The air coming in likely to bring maybe highs in the 20s Saturday and Sunday, lows in the teens Friday and Saturday night. With the wind factored in, it's going to feel like single digits at times. Not much better in northwest Indiana. The highly anticipated game between Indiana and Notre Dame coming up Friday night. The cold air and the winds will actually be more intense in the northeast. New England, the mid-Atlantic, parts of the central Appalachians and the eastern Great Lakes. Probably the coldest air of the season so far between Friday and Sunday. All right, from central Pennsylvania to southeastern Texas, a breakdown of how the weather may affect some of the biggest college games in the country this week. Instead of much of the air being warmed by the warmer waters of the Great Lakes like the last outbreak, we're not going to have an opportunity for the warming to take place. With the combination of the winds in the strengthening Alberta Clipper storm that comes in Thursday, it'll feel downright painful outdoors for a significant length of time if you are not properly dressed. Those heading to the State College, Pennsylvania, that's the SMU Penn State game, be prepared to bundle up. Elsewhere, for those headed maybe to New York, Manhattan, a lot of holiday activities, Broadway shows coming up this weekend, the final weekend before Christmas. It's a very busy time. Temperatures no higher than the teens and maybe at times the single digits. The winds averaging 15 to 30 miles per hour, gusts 35 to 45 miles per hour Friday to Saturday there in the northeast. Even in portions of the southeast, the cold air coming in late this week and this weekend will also rival some of the lows this season so far. And yes, we will be looking at more lake effect snows kicking off from Friday through the upcoming weekend, accumulating snow for some areas, and in some cases, areas that really have not seen much lake effect accumulation so far this season. All right, there you go. What do you got? James says, has Ranger called in lately? It's very sporadic. He did call in several times back right about Election Day, so it's been quite some time. He's fully retired now. Still piddling around with his collector cars and things of that nature, but every once in a while he'll chime in. But last I checked, he's doing well. Finished up his cancer therapy, everything, as they say. You don't cure cancer, it's in remission, as he put it. But that was the last update on Lone Ranger. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
I got a handful of industry headlines we'll get to coming up here. A very interesting commentary piece from the Chief Executive Officer of FreightWaves this past day, one Craig Fuller. So stick around for that. See what's going on with Big Ed. Are you with me? Good morning.
Oh, I'm with you, Steve. I'm sitting there listening to your show and trying to get my heart rate to relax a little bit. I went to the doctor today to do a wellness check.
Yeah.
And we was going over my history, and and he said, "Well, you know, your heart." He said, "Your heart works good as far as pumping the blood, but it don't want to relax and pump it all out." Well, that happened 10, 15 years ago, you know?
Yeah.
I said, it ain't doing that now. I said, if it was beating like you said all the time, I'd be plumb wore out. My chest would be hurt. But, you know, I already knew that from years ago. And I said, besides, I listened to Steve Summers, and he puts me to sleep. Anyway, but you know, I try to keep my diabetes in control. And he said, if we don't get it down, and because I did my A1C and it was 197, he said, then we're gonna have to look at doing an insulin shot. And I said, well, you're gonna wait a year before we go that route. But I ain't for sure what the government regulations are if somebody's taking insulin. As far as, I don't know if they grandfather you in as far as being able to continue to drive or not. Do you know anything about that?
I know that they've got like waivers. You can apply for waivers. I'm not sure the breakdown. I mean, there was a time if you were taking the shot, you couldn't get your CDL, right? You just got your CDL renewed a few days ago, right?
Right. For 8 years, but that don't mean the medical doctor won't come in and put a handcuff on you. You know, because when I go get the physical, I've got to take all my test and all that and show the doctor, whoever's giving me the physical, what I'm doing. There's no way to try to hide it, you know.
Right.
I'm just up front when I go to get my medical DOT card. I take it to a doctor here, and he looks at all my charts, and he's not going to let me slip through the cracks. I know that. But it was just, to me, it was aggravating. Then and the guy, he's a good doctor, all right? He says, well, and he listened to my lungs. He said, well, your lungs sound good. And he said, at your age, with your smoking habit, because I've been smoking since I was 16. He said, don't you think we ought to go get a lung cancer screen? And I word for word what I told him. I said, hell no. I said, if y'all, I go do that and they find a spot on my lungs, that's going to start me down a road of misery. And he said, well, if you find it early, we can help you live longer. Yeah, you really. How much longer? I've seen people go through lung cancer fights, and the end result, they died, and in between, from what I've seen, they lived one hell of a miserable life. And I pray that I don't never get lung cancer, but if I do, then I want to be able to accept it, and hey, I know what the end outcome is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't interested in trying to be on a lung transplant. No, and I'll face it head on. I am very spiritually comfortable where I'm at with my life. Okay, to me, it's more than, is the advancement of medication going to prolong our life? I mean, how long? And it's a deep question. Nobody likes to talk about it. how long is a good life? I don't know. You know, you go to the nursing homes and you see people that are suffering, and they're doing their best to make them comfortable. And let's face the reality of it, Steve. You know, you start getting older, you have to wear the pins, your bodily functions just don't quite work like they should when we're young. And if I'm making anybody uncomfortable, turn the damn radio off.
That's the reality of life. I can quickly interject. I mean, when I had my last physical, you recall, my doctor said the same thing about that lung screen. And I said, yeah, sure, I'm curious. I mean, I had been smoking 40 years. And they didn't find any problems with the lungs, but they did. That's where they did find the calcium buildup in the heart. So they detected that, and so I was good with the lungs, but that same test was able to get ahead of a potential heart attack because they put that stent in. You know, so I mean, I would.
Well, what do they do? Clue me in if you don't mind. If they're doing a pre-screen as far as lung cancer, what do they do?
It's a very short, simple. It's basically you get into the what do they call it? The CT scan thing, the CT machine. But rather than being in there for 20, 30 minutes for like a full CT scan, it's just, I think I was in there about 30 seconds. They just do a quick couple of rounds around the lungs, and it takes a picture, and that's it. They can see if there's any. They can see things that would not be detected on a regular X-ray, if you know what I mean.
Right. Well, I just did a CT scan and I was in that machine where they stick you in there and on my shoulder and my neck. I would assume that as far as my heart, if it would just showed everything. I know here 2 years ago I was in the same CT scan, did a stress test, and they looked at all my veins and everything looked good.
Okay.
So, I don't know. It just kind of aggravated me. And I said, you know, let's say you did find a spot. I said, you're going to put me on some kind of high-powered dope, or you're going to start screaming I need to go do chemo or something like that. And I said, yeah, you're just going to ruin my life. You know, as long as I got my brain and my joints function good, I don't want to do anything as far as health-wise that's going to keep me from going back out there on that road. Now, in my opinion, they can over-medicate you to the point you're going to die. In other words, they give you so much dope trying to keep you alive that the dope ends up killing you.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Right.
You know, when is enough enough? I'm following his orders. I'm taking my pills. He increased my dosage of Ozempic, which it helped drive down my blood sugar. Now, I'll be honest, I haven't, you know, you're supposed to take it one shot a week, and I haven't for the last 3 weeks taken my shot because it will curb your appetite. I'm losing weight, but I'm losing it slowly. But it bounds you up, too. You know what I mean by bounding you up?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, all I know is about 3 or 4 days. About the 4th day, man, you better be somewhere sitting close to a commode, because you and that sucker's going to get friendly for several hours. I mean, you feel, and I'm not trying to be disgraceful on the radio here, but by God, once it cleans you out, you feel pretty good, you know? Thinking, what the hell, why don't we just do an enema every day and solve that problem?
Oh, boy.
Anyway.
Yeah, we're about a minute from news break here, but I mentioned when I spoke to my family, 20 years I've been going to this guy, and when he suggested the lung scan, he said, I actually highly recommend it. He said, yeah, we've come a long way. He said, for years and years, or for decades, if you had a diagnosis of lung cancer, that was pretty, you're going to die. And that was pretty much it. He said, we've really come a long way with treatments and things that can keep you going, that can keep you alive. So if you, especially like Ed, like your doctor said, if you catch it early, I don't have an answer to the question about if you've been in for a CT, for other things. I would presume, I don't know if they actually, if you're looking at a shoulder, they just pinpoint that and they don't see the rest of the chest. I don't know the answer to that, but they did catch, again, the hard, the calcification, the hard material in my heart that an X-ray would not show. That's what the CT sees things that a traditional X-ray does not. I mean, look, Dirty Harry, he battled and had remission of lung cancer. He's right now, battling again. Would you maybe, Dirty Harry, what's a good quality of life? You're not ready to go yet, are you? So hold that thought. We pause there. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. Around 14 people have died and 200 injured after a 7.4 magnitude earthquake struck Vanuatu's capital Port Vila on Tuesday. Rescuers are searching for people still trapped, with the quake damaging the Pacific nation's reservoirs, commercial buildings, embassies and a hospital. Laura Westbrook reports.
The confirmed deaths included 4 in the capital's hospital, 6 in a landslide and 4 in a collapsed building, where the death toll was expected to rise further, according to reports. The tremor caused major structural damage in at least 10 buildings, including the main hospital, and diplomatic missions, including the U.S. Embassy. The national broadcaster showed people queuing for fuel and essentials on Wednesday morning. The government said 2 major water reserves supplying Port Vila had been totally destroyed and will need reconstruction.
The suspect accused of killing a top healthcare insurance official has been charged with murder in New York. Luigi Mangione was indicted on 11 counts on Tuesday, including first-degree murder and murder as an act of terrorism. Sally Patterson has more.
Luigi Mangione is accused of carrying out a frightening, well-planned and targeted murder. That was how Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg described the killing of Brian Thompson, the former CEO of United Healthcare. He was shot in Midtown Manhattan on the 4th of December. New York prosecutors have charged Mangione with his murder. He plans to plead not guilty to the charges. In the days following the shooting, Mangione received a wave of support on social media, uncovering a deep-rooted dissatisfaction with the country's healthcare system. And a new poll from Emerson College found 41% of adults under 30 consider the killing of Thompson acceptable. Sally Patterson, New York.
The United Nations says a massive cash injection is needed to increase humanitarian aid in Syria. On Tuesday, the UN Security Council met to discuss the unfolding situation in the country following the fall of the Bashar al-Assad regime. Jody Jacobs has more from the UN headquarters in New York.
UN officials say while the political transition in Syria is imperative, the humanitarian situation also needs attention. According to the world body, Syria is one of the largest humanitarian crises in the world, with some 17 million people in need of assistance. Speaking from Damascus, where he met with the new caretaker government, Geir Pedersen told UN Security Council members that Syria now faces a whole new reality and that the challenges there are many. And while council members reiterated their support for Syria's transition, many have also warned Israel to respect Syria's territorial sovereignty and withdraw from the UN buffer zone along the border. Jody Jacobs, New York.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at President-elect Donald Trump's pledge to consider reversing a decision by President Joe Biden that has allowed Ukraine to use US-supplied long-range missiles to strike at Russian territory. The president-elect said it had been stupid for the White House to give President Volodymyr Zelensky the go-ahead to use NATO-supplied weapons to their full capacity. Until a few weeks ago, the Ukrainians were restricted to using the munitions only against targets on Ukrainian soil. George Beebe is the Director of Grand Strategy for the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft in Washington.
The kinds of strikes we're talking about don't stop Russian strikes into Ukraine. Russian strikes into Ukraine have continued since that time when Ukraine began using Storm Shadow and ATACMS long-range strikes into Russia. So this notion that if Ukraine has the ability and strikes into Russian territory with these weapons, then Russian attacks on Ukraine will stop has already been proved false. In fact, the Russians escalated in response to this.
The Biden administration says it has explained to the Trump transition team its rationale for allowing the weapons to be used inside a 200-mile range of the Russian border. But with the U.S. inauguration just a month away, the clock may be ticking on Ukraine's ability to continue using them. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
FSN is an independent source of news for TV, radio and digital networks worldwide. You can find more of our minute-by-minute updates on Twitter. Follow us there at Feature Story. And we have a wealth of audio and video stories from our global news bureaus on Facebook. You can find us there by following Feature Story News. Stay tuned for further updates right here. But for now, that is the latest Feature Story News. Ishan Garg reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We kick off hour number 2. Good morning or good evening, depending on where you find yourself from time zone to time zone. Hello from Bob in Michigan on board. There's Jerry, said good morning. I overslept, but let's rock. Okay, good to have you with us. Brother Rambler, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be. It's Brother Rambler checking in from Picayune, Mississippi, where it is pea soup fog. Thank God I was not involved in that pileup yesterday morning. I mean, it was very foggy, but the fog tonight is way worse. Y'all pray for me, and I'll pray for you. I'll try to call in later if I can. All right, so kind of confirming. Yeah, they didn't even have fog advisories. They're in southern Louisiana for your Tuesday morning. And nonetheless, 50 vehicles involved, numerous injuries, and the fog is even worse tonight. Be careful. All right, welcome back, Big Ed.
Well, thank you, Steve, for letting me talk. And I'm not trying to turn your show into a what do you call it, geriatric hour or whatever. But hey, let's face the reality of it. You've got a lot of callers to call in here that's getting up there in age.
Sure.
And sorry, guys, come on. You see it, I see it. Even some of the middle-aged people that might be listening, overweight. And I see some people out there, and I'm thinking, my God, how are you living? I mean, they're overweight. And the American truck driver, is health even important to them? And I wonder, everybody to their own, but I'm looking at that thinking, I'm trying to extend my life as long as I can. I'm trying to continue to do what I love to do without any damn government interference in my life. And trying to keep myself healthy, I start feeling government interference. It's like I said, I got that 8-year CDL. When the government slowed me down because I was making too much money. Okay, I played by your rules. Now I'm going to go out there. I'll be 66 in 8 months in March. I can make all I want. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Now what I got to start thinking about is what am I going to do with it? Am I going to continue to just put it in a savings account? And then when I die, my kids will go get it and do whatever they want with it? Or do I invest it in something that maybe I can build them a better foundation? Because that's the only damn monument I'm going to have. It's how I've taught my kids and what I could do to better their economic standing in this world. Because the only damn monument I'm going to have already sitting out there at that cemetery with my name on it. So I'm at the age where what's important to me is trying to continue to live my life. I ain't talking about dying. I'm talking about living. And do so in a healthy enough fashion that I continue to do what I love to do without the government handcuffing me or the medical establishment trying to figure out a way to best me out of everything I've worked for. And when I don't have that good quality of life, I want to be able to. Ain't nobody going to have to tell me, "Hey, you need to shut down." I'm a big boy. I've got a good mind. I got a clear mind, and I don't do stupid things. And so I don't know. That's what I've been on my mind all day. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do today. I'm going up. I'm going to put $1,000 down on the contract. I'm looking at 7 acres that's a mile from a lake. And it's got to have improvements done on it. Now I'm arguing with my kids. Hey, guys, I want to set this up. Let's go up there and clean it up. Because it's got to have some cleanup.
Mm-hmm.
All right? And all the stuff that I see laying around in this 7 acres, it belongs in a trust. And, this is another thing. I look at the trust, look at how many people's in the trust, and what happened was a family got it, bunch of fussing and fighting, and they let it go to hell. There's a big old 2-story house sitting on this 7 acres. They tried to set it up with they went in and each member of the trust put their own mobile homes, built their own garages. There's water wells sitting there. And I'm thinking, man, you guys did this, then you just let it run into the ground. And so I'm seeing all this stuff laying around there, and I'm looking at all versus what I'm going to give for it. I'm seeing I can get a quarter of it paid for by selling all the junk off of it. There's 15 Highline poles laying there. You price Highline poles on the internet, and they run about $300 a piece. So I figure, well, heck, 15 good used would probably bring me $100. That's $1,500 to put for them Highline poles. But I have to figure out, okay, how am I going to finance it? So I go to the loan company, present my ideal to them, and boom, they're all over it. But then you get into that business loan, and then you got to set up tax structures,
right?
And then they said, well, we want to, and I told them what my game plan was, how long I wanted to stretch this out before I got it to where I wanted to turn it into RV camping site, seasonal. Not let somebody just move up there and live there for life, but it's a seasonal thing, like any other RV place you see. But then they said, well, now we'll want you to go in and get that done here in the next 2 or 3 years. We want you to move fast. Well, hang on, that's not what I want to do. So, because of all they want all these tax numbers and stuff, I said, okay, I bet I just finance the damn thing myself, which I can do, and just walk. I don't want to run. It's going to be a learning experience for me, but at the same time, it'll be a good experience for my kids when I pass. Hey, you guys can either go on with it or sell it outright.
Mm-hmm.
So, because when I get back out there, I've got to do something because I'm going to be making some good money. That ain't going to be the problem. The problem is what am I going to do with it? Am I going to make it where once I start dying, I guess, if that's a good thing to say, let the government and medical establishment have it by paying for all these, let's say I did get cancer, paying for all the cancer treatments. Am I going to invest that away? Well, that's a losing cause from my perspective. So there is just so much that when you start getting our age, and even you're going to have to start thinking about it one of these days, Steve, what is the best way to proceed with an individual's life? And I like what you asked. Sure. I know Dirty Harry's been fighting cancer.
Yep.
So anyway, right quick about football. That right there, I agree with what that Coach Franklin said. They got people that pilfer with these players, and it's the people that give money to the colleges, the boosters, if that's the right word. That's what's going to hurt football. And I've got to eat crow. I guess in the Army and the Navy, these guys aren't really committed to the government for their education until after the start of the junior year. The way I understand it now, after reading up on it, because there'd been a couple, like an Army player and a Navy player, saying that they were going to enter a transfer portal. But the way I understood it, they are not committed to the government until they hit their junior year and their senior year. And the way I understand it, they have to pay back what little bit of education they've gotten from the government up to this point. So, me saying that them guys, they don't do that, well, I guess I called that wrong. I don't know if you've seen that or not.
I did, yes. He said, well, hell, I thought they were committed.
Yeah, I did. I did. But to me, they should be allowed to transfer one time. All right. And that's it. Unless they're a fifth-year senior. You know, like Dylan Gabriel, that started at UCF, come to Oklahoma, and then ended up out there in Oregon. Now, he did it right, in my perspective, because he was a fifth-year senior. Because he come from UCF to Oklahoma, and then he waited, and then, boom, he went to Oregon. But the way they're doing it right now, I'm like Coach Franklin. People are pilfering with the players, and that's wrong. And I think they should have a complete transfer portal commission that somebody can come in and set some good ground rules. Or if they don't, they just go completely run college football. They're going to get to the point I don't even want to watch it. So, anyway, Steve, I've taken up enough of your time. I hope Brother Rambler, when he calls in, he can discuss when you start getting our age, you better get your spiritual life in order.
Yes, sir.
That's just my thing. Steve, I appreciate you. Love the show, and we'll talk at you later.
Thank you, Ed. Appreciate you checking in there. All right, so, yeah, Brother Rambler rolling in the fog. Brain dead. Sorry I'm late to the party, but good morning. Happy Wacky Wednesday, 61 degrees, cloudy skies at the West Memphis International Airport Hair Care, Nail Salon, and Chinese Buffet. Getting ready to head to the warehouse for a 2 a.m. start. Dyersburg, Tennessee, and Paducah, Kentucky run. I hope this, after this run, it's maybe a 34-hour restart for me. After the run to Laurel last night, I need it. Oh, yeah, and Rick Friend, it's 98 days till opening day for Major League Baseball. Go Cards. All right. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
That's the number to dial us up. Shorty said, why can't they make the portal like after the bowl games? Yeah, I was thinking along the same line. I don't know how it's set up. Maybe that's the kind of thing they're talking about a commission would be able to address. I don't have the answer. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm going through Chunky, Mississippi right now. I guess that's where they're doing all that chunky dunking in the summer, right?
All right. It'd be the polar bear plunge right now.
Yeah. I know that's right. Hey, Steve, what day is it? It's Wednesday, Steve. I don't know what horse feathers be humping, but anyway, enough of all that. Big Ed, if you're still listening, they have changed the rules on people taking an insulin shot. As long as you're seeing a doctor and taking control of your diabetes, you can take an insulin shot and drive a commercial vehicle. If you have a low or a high where it requires you to have medical help, then they will take that privilege away from you. That's my understanding of the rules. But don't take my baloney at it there. Check with your doctor, check with your safety man, and they'll tell you the straight truth there, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, absolutely there. Well, I saw an adorable photo, Steve, of a Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, Zoe Dale, and the Bengals kicker, Cade York. You know, they're dating each other, Steve?
I had no idea. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I see what he sees in her, but I don't see what she sees in him there. That just, yeah, you know, he probably didn't get any that night that the Bengals beat Dallas, so. Well, Cincinnati has to win the last 3 games, and Baltimore and Pittsburgh lose their last 3 games in order for the Bengals to make the wild card spot in the playoffs. Plus, the Dolphins, Colts, and Broncos lose their last 3 games. That's a far stretch for the imagination, wouldn't you think?
Who actually sits down and tries to figure all that kind of stuff out? In other words, stick a fork in it. The season will be over in 3 games.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if they lose 1 game, that's it. They'll be out.
Yep.
Well, you know, it's any given day, and may the best Vegas bookie, I meant team win there, Steve. Well, it's all this today, Steve. So the next time you have an argument with your spouse, just start undressing. The argument will be over. You'll either get some hoochie coochie or she'll get a headache and leave you alone, Steve. Yeah. Well, I told Tennessee this, and she started laughing and walked away from me. We were in Lowe's, and she said, "Go ahead, start it." Well, that's all I'm bull on it for this go around. But you can take an insulin shot, as far as I know. They changed the rules on all that. I believe even Ohio was responsible for getting that done. So I don't know. Maybe you get one of them legal beagle truck stop lawyers to call in there, and they'll be able to tell you more than I can there, right?
Well, just a quick Google.
Just Google it.
That's it. You took the words out of my mouth. A quick Google search, and this is what comes up. People with insulin-treated diabetes can get a commercial driver's license by obtaining a medical examiner certificate, an MEC. The MEC is valid for 12 months and is issued by a licensed medical examiner that's on the FMCSA National Registry. To get an MEC, you must complete an insulin-treated diabetes mellitus assessment form, the ITDM assessment form. It's MCSA 5870. You fill that out with your healthcare provider. Bring your latest lab work, including your fasting blood sugar and A1C, to your DOT physical. Let's see. You must have been using insulin for at least 4 months if you're new to it. Some tips for people with diabetes who drive. Number 1, wear a medical bracelet with your diagnosis and emergency contact information. Plan your meals ahead of time and look for places to stop with healthy options. Pack snacks like yogurt, berries, hummus. Yummy. Organize your medications before a trip. Find a medical provider who can be reached virtually. Practice relaxation techniques like deep breathing and meditation to manage stress. and get enough rest and sleep to avoid fatigue and stress. If you become medically unqualified, even temporarily, your CDL may actually be downgraded. So again, quick search, and if I get a bunch of different answers here, but that's pretty much explains it. People ask, can you be insulin dependent and have a CDL? Individuals with insulin-treated diabetes need the MEC. The FMCSA keeps a registry of CMEs. These healthcare professionals determine whether a driver meets the FMCSA's physical qualification standard to hold a CDL. So yeah, I know, but remember a time, I'm going back, how many years ago has it been? Brooklyn was dealing with diabetes, and at the time, he was taking the pills, right? The diabetes pills. He needed to take the insulin. I think for a period, he was actually doing the insulin shots and not saying anything about it. But that was a time when if you were insulin dependent for the shots, he couldn't get his CDL. So that's been a number of years. Obviously, things have changed. That appears to be the latest info. All right, we'll get a news break here. Plenty of room for you. What's on your mind at 844-844-3388. All right, looks like the update from OOIDA. A proposal to require speed limiters on commercial vehicles is still projected to be unveiled on May 2025, according to the FMCSA's latest agenda. With a new administration, though, taking control in January, it's fair to say this rulemaking's chances of survival appear low. A big reason for that assessment is because we've actually been here before, a.k.a. 2016. One of several industry headlines. More coming up. Again, lines available at 844-844-3388 to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. The head of Russia's nuclear forces has been killed in an explosion in Moscow. Igor Kirillov was blown up by a device hidden in an electric scooter as he left a residential block on Tuesday morning. Ukraine's security service is claiming responsibility for the attack, alleging the lieutenant general carried out war crimes. Sean Bell is a military analyst.
It is quite a dramatic loss to Russia, particularly since there are claims that Russia's been using chemical weapons in the fight in Ukraine. And there's claims that 4,800, nearly 5,000 claims that chemical weapons, which are illegal, have been used since February 22. And all of that falls on the hands of Igor Kirillov. So it's Ukraine will be probably quite delighted that he's met his end today.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's leadership is again under pressure after the abrupt departure of his finance minister, Chrystia Freeland, who expressed disagreements over how to deal with incoming US President Donald Trump. Caroline Malone reports.
Only a month left until US President-elect Donald Trump comes into power, when he could enforce 25% tariffs on all Canadian goods. There is also for Canada, though, the tricky issue of trying to deal with what Trump sees as a border issue. He's campaigned on a promise to crack down on illegal immigration and the flow of drugs, particularly fentanyl. Prime Minister Trudeau is considering increasing spending to boost border security, but there is still opposition to that idea. Some people think it will put Canada in a bad position to deal with economic hits from possible tariffs.
Vanuatu has been hit with a 7.3 magnitude earthquake near its capital city, Port Vila. The full extent of the damage remains unclear as power and mobile networks remain cut off across the Pacific island. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron will travel to his country's Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte in coming days, as rescue teams rush to locate the missing following a cyclone that officials there say has killed hundreds of people. Ross Cullen has the details.
The French Interior Minister says the island of Mayotte has been completely devastated. Bruno Retailleau added that there is, quote, nothing left of the shantytowns. Mayotte is struggling in the aftermath of the worst cyclone to hit the island in almost 100 years. The president says he will be travelling to the Indian Ocean territory in the coming days, and the race is on to locate survivors and provide water, food and shelter, and also to try to prevent the spread of disease.
And footballer Vinicius Jr. has been named the Men's Player of the Year at the FIFA Best Awards. The 24-year-old Brazilian played a key role in Real Madrid's Champions League and title-winning campaigns last season, but he boycotted another awards ceremony, the recent Ballon d'Or, after missing out to Manchester City's Rodri. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back at it here. Rolling into midweek. Hump day. I got an email from Mike. Kind of responding to Big Ed. He said, tell Big Ed, I had the CT scan. They found a spot on my lungs. I went to a special lung doctor. He told me it was no big deal, just need to keep up with it. That was 6 years ago. I'm still alive and kicking, no major issues. I don't know, the scan's a good idea, just to know for sure. It's the way I look at it. Yeah, that's kind of the way I was looking at it as well. I was just curious to know. And of course, waiting for the results after having the scan, you are a little nervous, kind of sitting on pins and needles. I hope they don't come back with bad news, that's that feeling, but... All right, back to the speed limiter update. The FMCSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, they were working on speed limiters, a rulemaking in 2016. That year, the agencies unveiled their joint proposal and noted the rulemaking in the fall of 2016's regulatory agenda. Then Donald Trump took office, January of 17, and the rulemaking was left off the spring of 2017 agenda. The effort then returned in 2022 under the current Biden administration. But to date, they've failed to advance a proposal with the top speed before the end of his term. Now with Trump set to return to office come January, the chances are high, they tell us, that history will indeed repeat itself based on the lack of action to push forward with a mandate in Trump's first administration, I don't think it's going to be a high priority for them to advance the current supplemental notice of proposed rulemaking, according to Jay Grimes, OOIDA's Director of Federal Affairs. In addition to Trump's previous lack of interest in moving the speed limiter rulemaking forward, Republicans will control Congress for the next 2 years at least. That is significant because the DRIVE Act, the bill that would actually prevent the FMCSA from moving forward with such a rulemaking, has received support from numerous Republicans, including the Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. They may put a permanent halt to any future endeavors to implement such a rulemaking. So there you go. All right, in other industry headlines, they're watching you. Modern technology. Word out of southern Nevada. A van equipped with the technology to quickly scan commercial vehicles has been deployed. The Nevada Highway Patrol has deployed a van equipped with license plate scanners and thermal imaging technology at an inspection site off Interstate 15 last week in an attempt to crack down on semi-trucks with brake or tire issues or possible human trafficking. According to the Las Vegas Journal-Review, the $700,000 van can be used at inspection sites or other high truck traffic areas to determine if truck brakes are overheating or tires are damaged, or if there are other people concealed in the trailer. The van also scans license plates to bring up any traffic history for the truck. The van uses artificial intelligence to quickly go over truck scan and vehicle history to determine if this particular truck is a high risk or not. Yeah, that's artificial intelligence. It's how we create the rules to identify what we consider or what we dub as high-risk vehicles. According to Fred Coe of DriveWise, they're the ones that created this technology. Now, according to Lieutenant Tappan Kornmesser, I know in the traditional sense of artificial intelligence, we don't use it in the screening efforts, so none of our decisions to pull a truck in or not, we don't use AI to make that decision. But watching you everywhere you go, is that going to be the trend in the future? Watching you every step of the way. What's happening with Eagle here on a Wednesday hump day? Good morning.
Okay. Yeah. How you doing? Yeah. Listen, Steve, I'm gonna focus on truck driving tonight, and then maybe later on tonight I'll call back and get into politics. I've talked to you in the past about these different issues, Steve. Okay, because I do a lot of driving in the South. Because where I live at, a lot of driving in Louisiana and Texas, Mississippi, Alabama, these states. Okay. You had reported about it earlier tonight, about the accident that they had in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Coming out of New Orleans on the causeway. Okay. Now, I've told you this before, when it comes to snow, when it comes to ice, when the bad road conditions are like that, Steve, I park my truck. I park my truck not because I'm afraid of the conditions. It's because of the other drivers. We have a different breed of driver out here in America now. It's a lot different from when I started back in the late 90s. When I first started driving trucks. Okay, now it was foggy. They said that you couldn't even see coming across the causeway in New Orleans this morning, but yet I looked at this. I looked at the video of the accident while you had me on hold. More than 50 vehicles were involved in this accident, Steve. Mm-hmm. 33 people were injured. You had cars the one truck that I seen,
the whole damn front of the cab was gone, was basically off of the frame of the truck, which tells me that driver was traveling at a high rate of speed, even though you couldn't even see. Why would you be operating a truck that fast in that type of fog? Like I said, I don't like going across that causeway. No, I've only been across it one time, and I'll never go across it again because I don't like being on water that I forget how many miles it is from side to side, but I'll never run it again. But you see these accidents all over America, Steve. When you get up to the north, how many times you don't see accidents up on Interstate 80 and 94 up there in Michigan, Chicago, 50 and 60 car truck accidents where people refuse to slow down for the weather conditions. There's no excuse to have these type of accidents, Steve, with 50 and 60 cars involved, chain reaction accidents, people refusing to slow down even though there's ice on the road, snow. People continue to drive a vehicle like there's nothing going on, Steve. That's the reason why I don't go out west no more. Going out to Interstate 80, going across Wyoming, another problem with the bad weather conditions where you can go on YouTube and look at all the videos that they've had on Interstate 80 going across Wyoming because these guys refuse to stop and slow down. They got the left-hand lane shut down for a reason, but yet you'll still have a guy jump out in the left-hand lane full of snow and ice, passing up all the other trucks because he don't want to run 30 or 40 miles an hour like he's supposed to. And guess what you see? Guess what you see about a mile or two up the road, Steve? Yeah. You see that same guy that drove by you jackknife in the middle of the ditch, and he might take out a couple of other trucks in the process. But do you think he give a damn? He don't care because he's trying to do his own thing. He don't care about nobody but himself. A lot of these truck drivers, like I said, there's a reason why everybody's riding in the right-hand lane, but he feels like he's a better driver than everybody else, so he got to get in the left lane and take out about 5 or 6 trucks and shut the whole damn interstate down for everybody because you and I both know what happens when you have several 18-wheelers jackknife in the middle of the road. You got to wait for a wrecker and all these other people to show up to clear the roadway. So now you got the whole roadway shut down because somebody decided they were better. They was a better driver than everybody else. So best thing I tell the young drivers and what I've been done, Steve, for years, and that's the reason why I've been driving accident-free for so long, is because I pull into a truck stop and I wait it out. And I let the idiots go out there and do their thing, and I listen on the CB radio to all the accidents that these knuckleheads are involved in while I'm sitting back in a nice warm truck, eating my food, relaxing, watching television or something. I just sit back on the radio and listen to all these knuckleheads complaining about all the traffic that he's sitting in. Because, see, it's uncalled for, Steve, to have these type of accidents. You got a lot of unsafe drivers out here nowadays. A lot of these guys should not be behind the wheel of a truck. They are not, we don't call them, they're not truck drivers no more. I wish people would stop calling them. These are what you call seat warmers or steering wheel holders. Somebody just to get the product from one destination to another. They don't care. If it gets there, great. If it don't get there, that's great too. They really don't care. It's all about making money now. They don't care about safety anymore, Steve. It's really sad. I see guys all the time riding by me. I had a guy pull up on me today when I was riding. I'm doing 70 miles an hour, and I'm sitting here looking in my mirror as this truck he's probably running 80 or 90 miles an hour. I'm just waiting for him to get in the left-hand lane, and he stays right in my ass, right up on the back of my trailer, literally runs up inside of my truck before he decides to move over to the left-hand lane. And when I look over as he goes by, guess what he's doing? He's on his cell phone, text messaging, and it's too busy to pay attention to the road, and almost ran into the rear of my trailer and caused a serious accident. It's really sad what we got going on in America right now. And, people, when I started driving, Steve, people used to, kids they used to drive by in the rear of their car and roll down the glass and tell you to honk the air horn. And, you know, kids used to be fascinated. Kids are not fascinated with trucks. People hate trucks nowadays, Steve. Truck drivers, you have a better shot of somebody riding by you, blowing you the bird, shooting you the finger, than you have somebody waving at you. I guarantee you got a 90% chance of somebody riding by you nowadays, Steve, and shooting the finger at you rather than wave at you up. People hate truck drivers. It is really sad, you know, because we are one of the most important job positions in America. But a lot of truck drivers did it to themselves with their rude behavior, tailgating these four-wheelers, and that's one of the biggest no-nos in truck. How many times have you seen, I'm pretty sure you've seen it, Steve, you see an 18-wheeler riding down the road, and there's a car literally inches away from that guy's front bumper,
Yep.
And guess what happens if that car decides to slam on the brake? You got a truck that drives right over the top of that damn car. But do you think he cares? He's riding 80,000-pound truck, 45,000 pounds in the trailer, and he rolling down the road right on the rear of a four-wheeler. And then they wonder why people hate truckers. So it's really sad. Hopefully we can get some new rules and regulations, Steve, in 25 and get some of these people off the road because I don't like being out here, and I don't want my family being out here with some of these people that are operating these trucks. And you're going to continue to see these type of multiple 50 and 60 car pileups because people refuse to slow down. So my advice to everybody, the truck drivers that care about themselves and their family, is to pull off into a truck stop and wait for the road conditions to get better. It's better to do it that way. You'll save yourself a lot of problems and a lot of headaches because there's a lot of dangerous people out there on the road. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Good call, Eagle. That's what you see out there on the roads. Yes, indeed. A lot of unqualified drivers. Yeah, some of which are actually in the country illegally. We got the confirmation of that several weeks ago. We kind of shared that story. Just how widespread it is, we don't know. But I'm thinking with the new sheriff coming to town, some of them may be exiting the country, if you know what I mean. 844-844-3388. Got some other industry headlines we'll get to coming up here. The state electors this past day voting to confirm Donald Trump's victory. And if I had to wager a guess, I'd be willing to wager $1 to a donut. Liz Cheney, the former Republican representative Liz Cheney, I believe she will be on the receiving end of a likely pardon before the end of this current administration. We'll tell you why. All coming up here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
All right, at the moment, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. So yesterday was another significant day in the countdown to the change of administration. Trump's presidential victory was made official Tuesday as voters in the Electoral College convened in all 50 states and D.C. to cast their ballots. Trump received 312 electoral votes to 226 for Kamala Harris. Each state's electoral votes are equal to the number of representatives they have in the House, plus the state's 2 senators. Now, this was in stark contrast to 2020, when alternate electors for Trump convened in 7 states that he lost, even though results in those states were certified for Biden, which ultimately led to criminal charges against the alternate electors in several of those states. Yeah, that all became part of Jack Smith's prosecution of Trump, trying to subvert the results. Charges that have now been dropped with Trump's victory in November. After the Electoral College votes are signed and certified, they're sent to, ironically, Kamala Harris, acting as the president of the Senate and the national archivist. The voting certificates must be received by the 4th Wednesday in December, which just so happened to be this year Christmas Day, no less. The archivist then transmits the sets of certificates to Congress on or before the new Congress convenes or meets on January 3rd. In a mostly ceremonial move, Congress meets in a joint session January 6th, the date we all remember, to count the Electoral College votes overseen by Harris. Of course, that was delayed in January of 21, but eventually completed. After the votes are counted, Harris will announce the winner of the election. Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance will take the oath of office at the inauguration at the noon hour, then January 20th. The Electoral College, established in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 3 of the Constitution, and reformed by the ratification of the 12th Amendment in 1804. But many Democrats are against it because they believe presidential elections should be decided by the popular vote. Now, Republicans won the presidency back in the year 2000 and then again in 2016, not winning the popular vote but by indeed winning the Electoral College. Now, this time around, Trump won both the popular vote and obviously the Electoral College. Popular vote by like 2.2 million. We got word this week there are several Democrats, even in light of Trump winning the popular vote. They're introducing legislation trying to eliminate the Electoral College once again. Let's see if you can give the rest on that. But first, I mentioned Liz Cheney here as we roll toward the top of the hour. Liz Cheney of Wyoming should be investigated for criminal charges due to her conduct on the January 6th Select Committee, according to the report released this past day by the House Committee on House Administration Subcommittee on Oversight Chairman Barry Loudermilk, releasing the report on the events and the Select Committee. This report says former Representative Liz Cheney should be investigated for potential criminal witness tampering based on the new information about her communication. The release states Cheney should be investigated for potential criminal witness tampering based on the new information. The release concluded that Cheney, along with the witness Cassidy Hutchinson, who made several sensational since-which debunked claims about President-elect Trump's conduct on that day without Hutchinson's attorney knowing about those communications. Cheney, according to the release, used the January 6th Select Committee as a tool to attack President Trump at the cost of investigative integrity and Capitol security. The release further noted Cassidy Hutchinson's most outrageous claims lacked any evidence, and the Select Committee had knowledge that her claims were false when they publicly promoted her. The claims debunked included Hutchinson's allegation that Trump attacked his Secret Service detail and had advance warning of the violence that took place that day. Trump, of course, denied those claims when made during her 2022 publicly. The release said that the Defense Department officials scapegoated the D.C. National Guard to distract blame from senior leadership. We'll pick up there after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From a Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. The head of Russia's nuclear forces has been killed in an explosion in Moscow. Igor Kirillov was blown up by a device hidden in an electric scooter as he left a residential block on Tuesday morning. Ukraine's security service is claiming responsibility for the attack, alleging the lieutenant general carried out war crimes. Sean Bell is a military analyst.
It is quite a dramatic loss to Russia, particularly since there are claims that Russia's been using chemical weapons in the fight in Ukraine. And there's claims that 4,800, nearly 5,000 claims that chemical weapons, which are illegal, have been used since February 22. And all of that falls on the hands of Igor Kirillov. So it's Ukraine will be probably quite delighted that he's met his end today.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's leadership is again under pressure after the abrupt departure of his Finance Minister, Chrystia Freeland, who expressed disagreements over how to deal with incoming US President Donald Trump. Caroline Malone reports.
Only a month left until US President-elect Donald Trump comes into power, when he could enforce 25% tariffs on all Canadian goods. There is also for Canada, though, the tricky issue of trying to deal with what Trump sees as a border issue. He's campaigned on a promise to crack down on illegal immigration and the flow of drugs, particularly fentanyl. Prime Minister Trudeau is considering increasing spending to boost border security, but there is still opposition to that idea. Some people think it will put Canada in a bad position to deal with economic hits from possible tariffs.
Vanuatu has been hit with a 7.3 magnitude earthquake near its capital city, Port Vila. The full extent of the damage remains unclear as power and mobile networks remain cut off across the Pacific island. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron will travel to his country's Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte in coming days as rescue teams rush to locate the missing following a cyclone that officials there say has killed hundreds of people. Ross Cullen has the details.
The French Interior Minister says the island of Mayotte has been completely devastated. Bruno Retailleau added that there is, quote, nothing left of the shanty towns. Mayotte is struggling in the aftermath of the worst cyclone to hit the island in almost 100 years. The president says he will be travelling to the Indian Ocean territory in the coming days, and the race is on to locate survivors and provide water, food and shelter, and also to try to prevent the spread of disease.
And footballer Vinicius Jr. has been named the Men's Player of the Year at the FIFA Best Awards. The 24-year-old Brazilian played a key role in Real Madrid's Champions League and title-winning campaigns last season, but he boycotted another awards ceremony, the recent Ballon d'Or, after missing out to Manchester City's Rodri. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the widespread reports of unexplained drones flying in the skies above the northeast of the United States. The governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, says the federal government is now providing her state with drone detection equipment in a bid to unravel the mystery. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says there is no evidence of any foreign involvement in the multiple accounts of drones that have been reported by residents of New Jersey over the last couple of weeks.
Everybody's getting very excited. They are seeing lots of normal and natural things and putting two and two together and getting 700.
Tim Ripley is a military analyst and editor of Defence News website Defence Eye.
People are seeing strange lights, which can be aircraft at various distances. There have been a few pictures of these things, which to me look like hobby drones that are being flown perfectly legitimately over the countryside, and they are being turned into suspicious activity when it's probably nothing suspicious. Because they're reporting them, it's becoming a phenomenon.
It's estimated that more than 8,000 drones take to the skies of America every day, with more than 1 million registered to users across the country. But the Biden administration is coming under pressure to provide more specific explanations of the recent sightings. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
A reminder again of our top stories. The head of Russia's nuclear forces has been killed in an explosion in Moscow. Ukraine's security service is claiming responsibility for the attack, alleging Lieutenant General Igor Kirillov carried out war crimes. The Pacific island of Vanuatu has been hit by a 7.3 magnitude earthquake near its capital city, Port Vila. And footballer Vinicius Jr. has been named the Men's Player of the Year at the FIFA Best Awards. That's the latest feature story news. I'm Benji Haya in Washington.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start.
Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, another hour, another day as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. All right, before I get back to the cause, let me finish up with Liz Cheney. Where did we leave off there? According to the report released yesterday, Liz emerged as the principal figure driving the Select Committee's narrative. May 12 of 2021, Representative Cheney proudly stated, quote, "I will do everything I can to ensure that the former President Trump never again gets anywhere near the Oval Office." She leveraged her unique position on the Select Committee to fulfill her promise to do everything she can to keep President Trump away from the Oval Office, according to the report, adding that her influence on the Select Committee's work and the conclusions it drew cannot be overstated. The report states Representative Cheney's influence by her dramatic change when it comes to Hutchinson, her change in testimony, and the eventual claims against President Trump using second and third hand accounts. The report noted that Cheney and Hutchinson communicated behind the back of Hutchinson's attorney. It is unusual and potentially unethical for a member of Congress conducting an investigation to contact a witness if the member knows the individual is represented by legal counsel. It must be emphasized Representative Cheney would likely have known her communications without the knowledge of Hutchinson's attorney were illicit and unethical at the time. Lastly, the report noted that once Cheney and Hutchinson colluded, Cheney actually altered the schedule of her testimony to maximize the impact of what Hutchinson would say. The January 6 Select Committee was improperly constituted and lacked authority. That was the conclusion of the report. With that in mind, I say it's all but guaranteed she'll get a pardon before this administration exits. Morning, Pappy.
Steve, they all better get pardons, man. I'll tell you what. What was the name of that committee leader? Daggone it. What was his name?
I did see a headline that he actually yesterday said he would accept a pardon from Biden before he leaves.
Yeah, that's him. Steve, listen, man. First of all, this whole committee was formed in violation of the rules anyway when they first formed this thing. Remember? When Republicans are supposed to be able to pick which representatives they want to sit on that committee. And Pelosi's like, nope, Adam Schiff, nope, we're picking them. They refused to allow the Republicans to pick who they wanted on that committee.
Correct.
So they got their little Liz Cheney in there. Steve, the amount of criminal acts that they did in this court, and I think they know it. They had no clue. They had no fear because they thought Trump was done. And they own the DOJ. Man, Steve, they had no idea Trump would probably run or even win. That's why they just went rampant with crimes, because they didn't care. Nothing would happen to them. The amount of exculpatory evidence, Steve, that they would not allow in the courts.
The video.
Is just the videos, witnesses, hid from the public about the FBI involvement.
Yes, dozens.
Witness tampering, all this stuff. Allowing hearsay as firsthand knowledge, Steve. I mean, everything they did goes totally against all norms in our court system. Every one of them, if they got law license, should be barred. It's just unbelievable that this happens in our daggone country. And Steve, don't forget, they locked up political opponents. Locked people up, took their freedom away from them, arrested, tried, and sent to prison with leg shackles on, knowing that what they were doing to these men was wrong. Knowing it. They didn't care. They put them in prison anyway. See, that's who we're dealing with. That's who we've been dealing with. People that will do this to another human being and think nothing of it.
And some of them are still in prison, and others, we shared, some are reporting, like as we speak, in the days before Christmas, reporting to serve their time. It was Benny Thompson, that was the former chair, Benny Thompson. He said yesterday he would accept a Biden pardon because he knows he did crimes.
Yes, sir. Steve, they locked up presidential advisors to Trump. Stephen K. Bannon, Peter Navarro, how many of his attorneys were locked up too, Steve? I don't know their names, but there were several of them. Not to mention all the January 6 people that are locked up, including a 70-something-year-old grandma. Over 1,500 people tried, convicted. And then when you got the mothers throwing a fit at school meetings, the FBI are investigating them too. Because they don't want to hear their kids having porn read to them in school. Steve, and knowing, like we said the other night, the FBI not only had informants, Steve, they had FBI agents, badge-carrying, gun-toting agents at the Capitol. And what were all these informants, what were they doing there, Steve?
Right.
What was their job? Right. What did the FBI, hey man, we need a riot.
It's trying to incentivize or get some violence started, trying to get it going. Come on.
Ain't no doubt in my mind, Steve, you've seen the video evidence with Ray Epps the day before and the day of, going around in the crowds and incentivizing people. We need to go in the Capitol. He's at the front line gates where they had them bicycle racks. He's at the front when they breached that barricade. And there's video of him whispering in somebody's ear, and as soon as he whispered something in that guy's ear is when that barricade was breached. There's no doubt in my mind this was a government criminal act here, along with the pipe bomb, Steve. We got to get to the bottom of this, too, man. The FBI had planted them things, man. Come on. Real quick, I'll get off of here since I guess it's hump day and truck driving bashing night. I'm going to bash some truck drivers, Steve. Here's my pet peeve. Here's what pisses me off. Is when you got a 4-lane highway going uphill and there's a big truck in every damn lane. What? That's the only thing that gets me going with these truck drivers, man. But with that said, I know none of your listeners would be that stupid.
No, never.
To be in the left lane on a 4-lane highway going uphill.
Turtle race. Blocking everybody.
Man. Yeah. All right, Steve, with that said, serious note, God bless you truck drivers, man. Steve, I mean that from the bottom of my heart, man. Without you guys, we've got nothing. Nothing. Nothing, Steve. Unless you live on a farm and you're able to grow your own food and you got a well water. So I appreciate it. Everybody hammered down. Have a good night, Steve. Back to work tomorrow and Thursday. Then I'm off for a week.
All right. Ho, ho, ho. That's right. Getting ready for the big man to make his rounds. Hammer down. Yeah, Pappy, I also had this to share, seeing as he brought up the new information that, it was during the testimony, the FBI director, Christopher Wray, when being examined by these committees, questioned directly about, did you have boots on the ground, informants in the Department of Justice in the crowd on that day? He never would answer the question. I'm not at liberty, or I do not. He never answered. But he knew. Now that word has officially come out, despite desperate attempts by the Democrats to disguise what really happened on January 6th, the truth is finally coming out. The new DOJ reports show there were dozens of informants, FBI informants, at the Capitol that day. And even some liberals are now outraged that they've been lied to by their own party. Stephen A. Smith is one of them. He stated this past day on his Stephen A. Smith show, quote, "Didn't hear anything about that before the election. Didn't hear anything about that when the quote-unquote insurrection was broached by Vice President Kamala Harris as a Democrat nominee. The belief that Donald Trump was a danger to democracy and using this as a profound illumination bullet point to make that case. And now here we are, yet again, finding even more evidence to Donald Trump's claims. I'm really, really sick and tired of every time I turn around finding something else that the Democrats have lied about, downplayed, or misrepresented along the way. I'm getting really ticked off at every time they open their mouth about something pertaining to y'all. They seem right to make the case that the right had a monopoly on insidious, evil tendency, corrupt tendencies, duplicitous, hypocritical, untruthful tendencies. And every time they make those accusations, we turn around and find out that at least some of them are guilty of the same. The old narrative, accuse your enemy of what you're actually doing, and no one will ever see the...
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at ooida.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, right back at it here. Rolling into a brand new day. Senor Heat Wave, I believe. Good morning.
Good morning, Senor. Good morning. Yeah, you just don't have a whole lot of reception out here on these back roads going from Albuquerque to Salt Lake. So I'll try to make this all quick. We got enough of our own homegrown idiots. We don't need to be importing anymore via HB2s or having illegal aliens driving on our roads.
Mm-hmm.
I've said that before in the past. You know, and when Trump's man gets in to the Department of Transportation and starts running it, I hope he reinstates the fact that you have to speak conversational English to pass along information to first responders. If you don't know English, you don't get behind the wheel of a truck. If you are illegal, you're happy hiney's out of here. And if you're an HB2 that don't speak the language, bye-bye. And that's just me. We got enough of our own idiots out here that we can manage them to a degree. But we don't need any extra help for that side. Well, so the Democrats, I don't know why Stephen A. Smith is so surprised. It's almost like he's been living in a world with blinders on and he only sees what he wants to see. I mean, right now you have a government, a Democrat-run government, that says to these people that have lived in these areas where these drone sightings are, you don't see what you see. It's like the old Jedi mind trick. You're not hearing what you're hearing. These people know the damn difference between a jet, a prop-driven airplane, a helicopter, stars, and then drones. They know the damn difference. Hell, they've been around a while. And yet these people are so surprised that the government does what they do to them. Give me a damn break. I'm sorry. So, anyways, with that said, last night, being that it's the Christmas season of peace on earth, goodwill towards men, I was going to, and I still am, going to offer an olive branch to Eagle and invite him to give me a call. And Steve, you've got my number, and I'm authorizing you to give it to him should he want it. There are other people in our call groups before and after the show that have expressed an interest to have Eagle come on and talk to them, become part of the group. And I was reminded that I had done exactly the same thing 2 years ago. So, these invites, they don't come often, and they probably won't come again if he refuses. And I can give him numbers of other drivers that would like to hear from him, but he's got to take that next step and reach out to me and say, hey, let's do it. Let's just let bygones be bygones. We'll bury the hatchet, not in each other, but,
Right.
And, start off on the good foot starting January 1 or sooner. I think that's fair. I think that's what needs to be done. And the term bury the hatchet, you know where that come from?
I don't know that I know the legend, no.
Okay. Did you know that there were 2 battles at the Little Bighorn? There was one at Little Bighorn itself, and then there was another one 6 miles away from Little Bighorn. And both battles wound up being where the cavalry was slaughtered by the Indians. From that battle, and officials and they went to the second massacre site, and they built a concrete I don't know what you'd call it, crypt, I guess. And a lot of the warriors would put
Well, we were able to get a lot more conversation in this morning than we were on our Tuesday morning show. So, yeah, he's, what do you say, still out there driving the skinny roads where there's not a whole lot of cell reception. But, all right, hey, thanks for chiming in here this Wednesday morning, Senior Heatwave. Very good. So we're about up to news break anyway here in just a few seconds. Guess it's good news for the state of Ohio. Amazon Web Services announcing they're planning to invest another $10 billion to bolster their data center infrastructure in the state of Ohio. We'll give you more on that. That's big. That's billions and billions and jobs to be created. More on that coming up. First, we'll take care of business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. The head of Russia's nuclear forces has been killed in an explosion in Moscow. Igor Kirillov was blown up by a device hidden in an electric scooter as he left a residential block on Tuesday morning. Ukraine's security service is claiming responsibility for the attack, alleging the lieutenant general carried out war crimes. Sean Bell is a military analyst.
It is quite a dramatic loss to Russia, particularly since there are claims that Russia's been using chemical weapons in the fight in Ukraine. And there's claims that 4,800, nearly 5,000 claims that chemical weapons, which are illegal, have been used since February 22. And all of that falls on the hands of Igor Kirillov. So it's Ukraine will be probably quite delighted that he's met his end today.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's leadership is again under pressure after the abrupt departure of his finance minister, Chrystia Freeland, who expressed disagreements over how to deal with incoming US President Donald Trump. Caroline Malone reports.
Only a month left until US President-elect Donald Trump comes into power, when he could enforce 25% tariffs on all Canadian goods. There is also for Canada, though, the tricky issue of trying to deal with what Trump sees as a border issue. He's campaigned on a promise to crack down on illegal immigration and the flow of drugs, particularly fentanyl. Prime Minister Trudeau is considering increasing spending to boost border security, but there is still opposition to that idea. Some people think it will put Canada in a bad position to deal with economic hits from possible tariffs.
Vanuatu has been hit with a 7.3 magnitude earthquake near its capital city, Port Vila. The full extent of the damage remains unclear as power and mobile networks remain cut off across the Pacific island. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron will travel to his country's Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte in coming days as rescue teams rush to locate the missing following a cyclone that officials there say has killed hundreds of people. Ross Cullen has the details.
The French Interior Minister says the island of Mayotte has been completely devastated. Bruno Retailleau added that there is, quote, nothing left of the shanty towns. Mayotte is struggling in the aftermath of the worst cyclone to hit the island in almost 100 years. The president says he will be travelling to the Indian Ocean territory in the coming days, and the race is on to locate survivors and provide water, food and shelter, and also to try to prevent the spread of disease.
And footballer Vinicius Jr. has been named the Men's Player of the Year at the FIFA Best Awards. The 24-year-old Brazilian played a key role in Real Madrid's Champions League and title-winning campaigns last season, but he boycotted another awards ceremony, the recent Ballon d'Or, after missing out to Manchester City's Rodri. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Where we leave off here, I see in the mix. We got Philip on board. Checking in from Florida. On the way to work, off we go. Hump day coming on. I saw word comes down this past day that the astronauts stranded aboard the space station since June, who were expected to return in February, are now being told they're going to have to wait at least another month. NASA announcing this past day that the launch of SpaceX's Crew 10 mission has been pushed to no earlier than March. One of that mission's objectives was to return Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore. They went up there on June the 5th in Boeing's new Starliner for what was to be a week-long visit. They're still there, forced to stay, when NASA determined the thruster failures and helium leaks made it too risky for their return. ultimately, of course, it made it home empty in September. NASA moved Williams and Wilmore to a SpaceX flight that was scheduled for, again, late February. In a blog post this past day, SpaceX, which is owned by Elon Musk, said they need time to complete the processing of the New Dragon spacecraft for that mission. The new spacecraft is set to arrive at the processing facility there in Florida sometime early next month. Fabrication, assembly, testing, final integration of a new spacecraft is a painstaking endeavor that requires great attention to detail. According to the manager of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, we appreciate the hard work of the SpaceX team to expand the Dragon fleet in support of our mission and the flexibility of the station program and the expedition crews as we work together to complete the new capsule's readiness. NASA said they and SpaceX had looked at various options for managing the next crewed handover, including using another Dragon spacecraft. After careful consideration, the team determined that launching Crew 10 in late March, following completion of the new Dragon spacecraft, would be the best option to meet the requirements and achieve space station objectives for 2025. I'm thinking, here a few weeks ago, they were already talking about it. It kind of appeared that Sonny in particular was really losing a lot of weight and body mass there. So an additional month. How long can they stay? Philip, good morning.
Well, it's part of the job, bud. When you sign up for the job, it's part of the stuff that happens, and Butch and Sonny know it, and that's part of the job.
Okay.
It's part of being an astronaut. It's like being in the military. When you're on a deployment, that's the job. It's part of the job. They know they signed up for it. They wanted to become astronauts. They understand it. They deal with it. I'm pretty sure they're frustrated, but it is what it is. The funny thing about it is the capsule they are coming back in is there. It's there with them, and when they get ready to go, they're going to get in it and go. It's not the one that SpaceX has got to get ready is the replacement one that will replace that capsule. The crew.
Okay.
It's all about scheduling. It's all about scheduling.
Huh.
So that's what it's about. Everybody thinks it's the one that they've got to come back on. No, it's not. The one that's going up, that's still being processed, is the one that's going to replace the one that they're going to leave in. Does that make sense?
And I wasn't aware. I thought the next one going up was being kind of refabricated for them. I guess they're going to have their new SpaceX suits aboard that flight, right? For Sonny and Butch to put on.
Everything is already in place for them to come back. The capsule they're going to return in was flown up by 2 crew members. Okay, they knocked 2 crew members off of a team and put Butch and Sonny into their fold.
Okay.
Their suits came up on a Dragon replenishment flight. So you think about these rockets that have been shot that take them their material that they need to survive on, all their goods and whatnot. All that suits and everything was involved in that. It's all set. It's all ready. The only thing is they have to have a crew. The rule is you have to have a crew to replace a crew. As long as the ISS is active, you have to have a crew that replaces a crew. And that's what the problem is. The new crew that's coming in has got a brand new capsule, and it's going to take longer to process it. It's like getting a brand new car. You just don't want to throw it out there, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of things that you get a little bit more check. You do a lot more checks and balances on a brand new vehicle
I'm not saying they don't on the ones that have already proven flown, but, you know, you've got to make sure everything's right before you put human life into space. You know, it's one of those deals. It's all about the crew that's going to replace them. So, Butch and Sonny are no longer a test crew. When Starliner left, that test crew thing went by the wayside. They are now a SpaceX crew that's on ISS doing experiments.
Okay.
Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, sure.
And that's what they have to understand. People got to understand is when you're an astronaut and you're up in space, you have a job to do when you work for NASA. It's no different than being in the Army. It's no different than being in the Air Force. It's no different than being in the U.S. Space Force. You know, an astronaut's job could change in a heartbeat in that realm too as well for NASA, and that's just the way it works. You know, they are paid to do a job just like you paid to do your job there, Steve. I'm paid to do my job today. It's the same thing. The only difference is they're alive. They just can't walk to the house like you and me can. You know, so it's going to be interesting to see how they come back and if everything goes well. Steve, touching on the drones a little bit, you know, everybody has talked about possibly, you know, they should just shoot them down, right? We've all made that statement, correct?
Correct.
A lot of us have. All right. Well, there's something I was thinking about yesterday when I was actually watching the show a little bit before I started, and I've made a comment on Facebook about it, and I don't think a lot of folks out there understand that the amount of talent that is sitting around you at any given time with people that in their experiences in life. But think about all the people that have been involved with growing up, working on RC airplanes and RC remote control cars, boats, that have been involved in flying clubs with their cars, clubs with their boats. And all that technology is no more than what's in the drones these days. And that know frequency, they know signal, they know all this stuff. I think those guys, they don't even need a gun to take down a drone. And I think that's something that I don't even think the government has looked at. Do you think the government's even looked at a possibility of like something like that, Steve, before, that an individual that has enough know-how about stuff could take down a drone without even touching it with a weapon, a gun or whatnot?
Well, we were talking the other night. I mean, we know factually that some law enforcement, and we know the government, especially the military, has the technical know-how with electronic interference to pretty much shut one of those things down and bring it down without like blowing it out of the sky.
Absolutely. Not to go into depth or anything, but you think about it. There's two things that you can do to bring a drone down other than hit it with something, you know, a projectile. Number one, you can shoot electromagnetic field into it, right? All right, we can shoot that in there and we can knock out the electronics and bring her down. Okay, we could, you know, even like lightning, shooting straight electricity at the thing and knock it out, come down. Another aspect that people haven't thought about, Steve, and it's illegal to do this, and we know not to do this with airplanes, and that's point a laser at one. Now, has anybody thought about the laser technology that is available these days?
Right.
And the amount of you think about it, we're shooting lasers now. Elon Musk in that mission that Jared Isaacman went out there, they shot a laser from their capsule to a Starlink satellite, and they put a signal over that laser. Okay? That was an experiment that they did. Who's to say that there might be a private individual out there that might know enough about lasers to do something like that to a drone and shut a drone down. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Who's to say that our government doesn't have technology in satellites that have the ability to shoot a laser at any place in the world and take down a drone? We don't know that technology's not out there. I got a feeling it is. I mean, and Steve, what did you think about this deal with this guy from Russia getting taken from Ukraine?
That was quite interesting. So obviously, if they're telling the truth, somehow Ukrainian forces or Ukrainian supporters, were able to know the whereabouts of this guy and plant a device that looked innocent, an electric scooter, probably like leaning up to a pole or something out next to his vehicle, I'm guessing, and take him out.
My question is, and I know this would be a question that Pappy would ask as well, and I've seen video, how did they trip it? It's like the delay, the amount of timing, the delay, and a trip. And Pappy knows what I'm talking about when I'm using the term trip.
Mm-hmm.
To make that thing go off. Okay? I'm not sure. Could Putin have planted this himself? Could it have been an inside job? There is a lot of questions about this, seeing the video of this, because you see that little scooter, it's leaned up on a pole. Now, when they walk out that door, could there have been a tripwire on that door, or could there have been a tripwire down in the ground or something for them to trip to set that thing on? It's a big question. And who's to say? Is there during the film footage? It was real grainy, but if they could have been on their phone, could they have made a phone call and their phone tripped the bomb off when they used the phone? I mean, there is a lot of different variables on how that bomb could have went off. But I'd heard, and there was a lot of articles that said this, that he was one of the main guys that controlled the nuclear programs in Russia. Have you heard anything about that?
Well, that's what he's being referred to as the top of the nuclear forces. Yes, that's his title.
Yeah. Well, that's a guy I don't think I'd want to really take out. That's what kind of confuses me, because if it could have been an inside job. So, I mean, there's a lot of questions. Lots and lots of questions. And that's not the guy you really want to take out, because if he controls your program, he knows people, places, where, when, and how, and things are at, and that's a little different than what we got set up over here, but that's something to be looked at. So, but have you heard any more about any more nominations, Steve?
You mean like updates on Hegseth or things of that? Not really. I mean, I know that they're nominating ambassadors to every country, and I think Herschel Walker yesterday got nominated for an ambassadorship somewhere.
Well, we had an attorney down here. His name is Dan Newland. Now, we know who John Morgan is in Florida. Well, Dan Newland is just like John Morgan. He's just as big as John Morgan, I believe, now, but they want to put him as the ambassador of Colombia. And I don't know, Steve. I mean, there's a lot of guys down saying that everything looks like rinse and repeat. We're seeing a lot of high-profile, high-wealthy people getting put into these positions. I mean, what's your opinion on that, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of names I know, a lot of names I don't, but I had no idea that there were so many positions that had to be appointed with the change of administration.
Oh, these committees are going to be crazy. their heads are going to be spinning around after trying to confirm these people, you know. So it's just going to be sit back and wait. The Iserman one I talked about yesterday, that's going to be a serious one for NASA, and he's going to push Bill Nelson out, and I'm not a fan of Bill Nelson now. I dealt with him as a congressman and all that down here, and now I don't even want to go into that.
Yeah.
But it's not going to fare well for Artemis and Starliner. It ain't going to fare good for it either, because those are the things that are going to get cut. And the civil engineers that work at NASA that have been there for years and they've just transferred from company to company, I would strongly advise those guys, you guys better start talking to SpaceX. You better start talking to Blue Origin, because I don't know. I think you might see a Starliner inside that VAB someday, Steve. You never know. You might see a Starliner inside that, in that vertical building. So you might see that one day. And that's scary stuff. You know, right now the Artemis 2 is in there. They had a crew meet and greet the other day, and it's in the VAB. So just got to pay attention. But we'll catch you later, buddy. I appreciate you having me. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks for checking in, Philip. Have a great morning, and be safe out there. Let's see. Good morning, Dan. How the heck are you?
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, I was thinking one of the things I caught that thing on Cheney, but you know, they destroyed those records. I've never heard of that. A congressional hearing, and that yet why they destroy the record? I mean, you know, those records that. I'm surprised they're not charged with, you know, destruction of a government document. They claim it was a legitimate committee. And basically what it was to do was to try to get the public ginned up against President Trump. And it did just the opposite. Americans know a kangaroo court when they see one. And, but, I mean, that could have exonerated President Trump. And if she's not guilty, why would she accept a pardon if she will? And the same thing with that Benny Thompson was the guy.
Yes.
Was the head of, because he's a Democrat. I think that might be, I don't know where Knucklebuster lives in Mississippi, but that could be his congressman. I'm not sure. Two up there, but he's for the Mississippi Delta, the only area of the state that voted for Harris. You look at the map. It's the northwest corner of the state, and he's the congressman there. But to sit there and destroy records like that, I mean, how does that woman have the nerve? See, that's the thing. Once they get on, before the election, she was on TV, CNN all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they're scarce. They're not around to defend their position. So the other thing is, I certainly hope that President Trump succeeds against that woman, Seltzer, that gave that bogus poll out there in Iowa.
The Des Moines Register. Yeah, I saw he's suing the Des Moines Register. Yeah.
Yeah, and, you know, she's been around for 30 years, and she was considered the gold standard by one of these other pollsters. Well, then she should have known she'll have records. I mean, that's one thing about President-elect Trump, or President Trump. You might as well face it, he's the president now. But, I mean, he doesn't let something like that drop. That cost him a lot of extra money, you know, in Iowa for that BS that she put out. So how would she know? In other words, this isn't Dan and Steve doing a poll, and, you know, we don't have the methodology. This is somebody who's been doing it for 30 years with a track record. So how did she come up with that result? That would be very interesting to see how that happened. So, anyway. Well, I enjoyed the show as usual. Steve, by the way, I was going to ask you something. Do smokers ever use hypnosis? I mean, I know people who have quit smoking through hypnosis. And I don't know if you know of anybody that's done that, but I do know 2 people that successfully quit smoking with hypnosis.
I have known some.
I've
known some people that have, like you, that have said that they successfully quit. Many years ago, I did. It wasn't like a one-on-one. It was kind of a group hypnosis session. But I'm a hypnosis skeptic, and obviously I did not get hypnotized because it didn't work.
No, it didn't. But I guess you could say I don't want to say I'm anal, but I'm a big believer in health.
Yeah.
And I just like to throw that out there because some insurance plans are paying for hypnosis. Huh. And I know 2 people that went through it, and both of them have not been smoking for about 10 to 15 years. And, I asked the one lady, I said, well, she goes, well, I haven't had a cigarette. I think she said 10 years. And I said, I find it rather interesting, and it's something that people might, because I understand that's the hardest thing to quit that's out there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
I know people that use drugs and anything other stuff, they're off that. And I'll say, what about the smoking? That's next to impossible. You know what I'm saying? So,
yep.
But anyway, well, I enjoyed the show as usual.
Thank you much, Dan.
Big Ed going to give?
Yeah, he's going to give his predictions Friday morning, or Thursday night, Friday morning. Yeah, we'll be right back.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. The head of Russia's nuclear forces has been killed in an explosion in Moscow. Igor Kirillov was blown up by a device hidden in an electric scooter as he left a residential block on Tuesday morning. Ukraine's security service is claiming responsibility for the attack, alleging the Lieutenant General carried out war crimes. Sean Bell is a military analyst.
It is quite a dramatic loss to Russia, particularly since there are claims that Russia's been using chemical weapons in the fight in Ukraine. And there's claims that 4,800, nearly 5,000 claims that chemical weapons, which are illegal, have been used since February 22. And all of that falls on the hands of Igor Kirillov. So it's Ukraine will be probably quite delighted that he's met his end today.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's leadership is again under pressure after the abrupt departure of his finance minister, Chrystia Freeland, who expressed disagreements over how to deal with incoming US President Donald Trump. Caroline Malone reports.
Only a month left until US President-elect Donald Trump comes into power, when he could enforce 25% tariffs on all Canadian goods. There is also for Canada, though, the tricky issue of trying to deal with what Trump sees as a border issue. He's campaigned on a promise to crack down on illegal immigration and the flow of drugs, particularly fentanyl. Prime Minister Trudeau is considering increasing spending to boost border security, but there is still opposition to that idea. Some people think it will put Canada in a bad position to deal with economic hits from possible tariffs.
Vanuatu has been hit with a 7.3 magnitude earthquake near its capital city, Port Vila. The full extent of the damage remains unclear as power and mobile networks remain cut off across the Pacific island. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron will travel to his country's Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte in coming days as rescue teams rush to locate the missing following a cyclone that officials there say has killed hundreds of people. Ross Cullen has the details.
The French Interior Minister says the island of Mayotte has been completely devastated. Bruno Retailleau added that there is, quote, nothing left of the shanty towns. Mayotte is struggling in the aftermath of the worst cyclone to hit the island in almost 100 years. The president says he will be travelling to the Indian Ocean territory in the coming days, and the race is on to locate survivors and provide water, food and shelter, and also to try to prevent the spread of disease.
And footballer Vinicius Jr. has been named the Men's Player of the Year at the FIFA Best Awards. The 24-year-old Brazilian played a key role in Real Madrid's Champions League and title-winning campaigns last season, but he boycotted another awards ceremony, the recent Ballon d'Or, after missing out to Manchester City's Rodri. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the widespread reports of unexplained drones flying in the skies above the northeast of the United States. The governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, says the federal government is now providing her state with drone detection equipment in a bid to unravel the mystery. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says there is no evidence of any foreign involvement in the multiple accounts of drones that have been reported by residents of New Jersey over the last couple of weeks.
Everybody's getting very excited. They are seeing lots of normal and natural things and putting two and two together and getting 700.
Tim Ripley is a military analyst and editor of Defence News website Defence Eye.
People are seeing strange lights, which can be aircraft at various distances. There have been a few pictures of these things, which to me look like hobby drones that are being flown perfectly legitimately over the countryside, and they are being turned into suspicious activity when it's probably nothing suspicious. Because they're reporting them, it's becoming a phenomenon.
It's estimated that more than 8,000 drones take to the skies of America every day, with more than 1 million registered to users across the country. But the Biden administration is coming under pressure to provide more specific explanations of the recent sightings. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
A reminder again of our top stories. The head of Russia's nuclear forces has been killed in an explosion in Moscow. Ukraine's security service is claiming responsibility for the attack, alleging Lieutenant General Igor Kirillov carried out war crimes. The Pacific island of Vanuatu has been hit by a 7.3 magnitude earthquake near its capital city, Port Vila. And footballer Vinicius Jr. has been named the Men's Player of the Year at the FIFA Best Awards. That's the latest feature story news. I'm Benji Haya in Washington.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold.
You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, welcome back as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Wednesday, we turn the page on the calendar, 18th day of December, 1 week. You believe that Christmas is 1 week from today? All right, kicking things off this hour, it kind of seems as though, seen as the drone, the news headlines, drones, here, there, everywhere. It's kind of dominating the news. Yeah, the big story of about a week ago that was dominating headlines was the murder of the United Healthcare CEO there in New York. Word comes down this past day. This kind of interesting, and according to Fox News, the accused murderer, Luigi Mangioni's grandmother, reportedly left tens of millions of dollars to her children and grandchildren when she passed, but did so on one condition: that any grandchild receiving inheritance money not be, quote, charged, indicted, convicted of, or pleads guilty to a felony. Yeah, that's according to Mangioni's grandmother's will, noting that Mary Mangioni left roughly $30 million to her living children and grandchildren when she passed last year. Now, they said that Mangioni's grandmother had 10 children and 37 grandchildren. That's a lot of splitting there, right? It is my precatory desire that the trustees particularly consider invoking their discretion to implement this section if the felony is a common law felony, a statutory felony, or if it is the codification of a common law felony, a heinous felony, any felony involving a physically violent act against another person or property, or any drug-related felony involving distribution or intent to distribute any type of drug or illegal substance. That was the wording of her will. The decision of the trustees is conclusive, final, and binding on everyone. It is my precatory wish that the benefit of the doubt is not given to the individual. Now, obviously, Luigi charged with second-degree murder, firearm possession, forgery, after his arrest on December 9. Yeah, those charges, obviously, following the killing of the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Ultimately, that prompted a 5-day manhunt after he fled the scene on bicycle, and they lost track of him there in Central Park. But I don't know, somebody that several have even brought up the fact that if you've got that kind of money, if you had a medical procedure and it was going to cost you $100,000 out of pocket, if you've got millions, why would that really? For someone that can barely rub two nickels together, I can see where, a $30 hospital bill that the insurance denies the claim would leave them very upset. Yeah, we found out also last week that this Mangione was not even a client of United Healthcare. Had nothing to do with that. I guess it was just based on the principle that he felt health insurance companies are ripping people off all over the country on a daily basis. All right, back to Knucklebuster. Good morning.
Thanks for having me back, Mr. Steve Tummer. Let's see, Musk and Ramaswamy going to be over the Department of Government Efficiency, right? Isn't that what that was?
Doge, correct. Yes.
Yep. The sheer number of people that work for the federal government, Steve, in 2023, it was approximately, and this is just approximately, 2,040,283, which was a 4.1% increase over 2022. Defense and security-related agencies accounted for 70.6% of the entire federal workforce. The Veterans Affairs accounted for 21.3%. But this data didn't include the employees of the legislative or judicial branches, the intelligence community, the U.S. Postal Service, foreign service officers, our locally employed staff within the Department of State, or uniformed military personnel. So we don't really even know how many people work for that government there, right?
There's a boatload.
Yes, sir. Well, we were talking about Secretary Booty Hole last night. I read where they're trying to get him to come to Michigan and become the next governor over there because Gretchen, she's done termed herself out. So I don't know. He might move to Michigan, be a governor. I don't know. His replacement, Secretary of Transportation Sean Patrick Duffy, the new guy coming in.
Yep.
His wife, Rachel Campos Duffy, Steve, she's a good-looking woman and loves to do the wild thing. You know how I know that?
How's that?
Well, the Bible says to be fruitful and multiply. It doesn't say it's a one-man, woman job there, but they're better than Chris and his wife. They got 9 children, Steve.
I did not realize that. Wow.
Yeah, she got 9 kids. When did they have time to go to work? Well, enough of all that before I get us in trouble here. A guy by the name of Blake Topmeyer from USA Today.
Yep.
He said Ohio State underachieved this season with its reported $20 million roster, and the resulting number 8 seed paints it into a corner. The Buckeyes must navigate number 9 Tennessee, number 1 Oregon, potentially number 5 Texas in the semifinals, and maybe number 2 Georgia in the national championship game. This could be your finest hour or an early departure, Steve.
Yep.
Well, they released the 2025 schedule for the SEC. Who do you think the Texas Longhorns' first opponent is in 2025, Steve?
Who might that be?
Ohio State Buckeyes.
Wow, what a way to
your
start the season.
Will be off to a great. Yeah, your season will be off to a great start, or damn, we better get better than this.
Yep.
But if them referees make the wrong call, bring your skullbuster hard hat with you, Steve, because you'll have to watch out for them flying beer bottles there. But to your favor, you will be playing in Columbus, Texas. Oh, excuse me, I meant Columbus, Ohio. But there is a town called Columbus, Texas. It's out on I-10 between Houston and San Antonio. Here's some notable people from that town. Aaron Schobel, Bo Schobel, and you ought to recognize this guy, Matt Schobel. He was a tight end with the Cincinnati Bengals and Philadelphia Eagles. He's the younger brother of the other two, or one of them, and the other one was a cousin there. So I don't know. You better just Well, Nick said college football was going to be changing. So, and it's definitely doing that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll wind all this up. December 21st is almost here. You better get you some Hot Shot Stiction Eliminator, some Hot Shot Secret Anti-Gel, Everyday Diesel Treatment, Stabile, and some Gasoline Extreme. And they make good stocking stuffers, don't they, Steve?
Yes, indeed, they do. Yes.
All right. Well, that's all of my bull on it for right now. We'll keep listening in, and you've had a couple open lines tonight, so we'll probably just keep you awake in that loneliest hour. 9 kids, Steve. How many does Chris have? Doesn't he have 7?
I think he's got it's 6. I thought 6, maybe 7. Yeah.
6. His wife probably doesn't want to get pregnant again either. So
Enough's enough, right? All right.
I know that's right. All right. Have a great morning, Steve.
There you go. Thank you much. Semper Fi, by the way. Semper Fi. Knucklebuster, good to have you with us. I had a separate piece from Craig Fuller with FreightWaves, but I think it was on Monday. He reported, hey, truckers, listen up. The freight market's heating up, and it's looking good for your wallets. Let's break down what's happening and what it means for you out there on the road. The Sonar National Truckload Index is showing some numbers we haven't seen in almost 2 years. We're talking 253 per mile. The last time rates were this high was January of 23. Truckload spot rates up 34 cents a mile since October 1. A 15% increase in the past week. We've seen spot rates jump from 238 to 253 a mile, a 15-cent increase. They shared the chart, which measures spot truckload rates. This is happening a week before the end of the year surge, which always delivers the strongest rates of the year. What is causing the spike, he says? Here's the interesting part. Freight volumes are actually down compared to last year. So why are rates going up? There's less competition out there. There's about 14,400 fewer trucking authorities active now compared with last year. That's a 4% drop, which means fewer trucks fighting for the same loads. Rejection rates are on the rise. Carriers are getting pickier about the loads they're taking. The outbound tender rejection rate has climbed to 6.47%, up from 5.96 just a week ago. That's the highest it's been since July. Now, what does that mean for you? It means you've got more power to choose the loads that pay best. All right, looking ahead, what to watch for? Number 1, contract rates. Shippers might start locking in higher contract rates to make sure they can move their freight. This could mean more stable, higher-paying loads for those of you on dedicated routes. Number 2, a potential boom in 2025. There's talk that if certain policies create an economic boost, we could see a big surge in freight demand. That would be great news for carriers as rates could climb and stay even higher. Number 3, a capacity crunch. Remember the clearinghouse regulations that arrived in November? That could sideline a lot of drivers, making your skills even more valuable. All right, lastly, what can you do? Number 1, stay informed. Keep an eye on these trends. Knowledge is power in this business. Be selective. With rates up and capacity down, you can afford to be choosier about your loads. Look for the best paying freight that fits your schedule and the markets you want to go to. Third, build relationships. Shippers are going to be looking for reliable carriers. If you have a good track record, now is the time to leverage it. And number 4, keep your equipment in shape. With demand potentially increasing, Make sure your rig's ready to roll when those high-paying loads come calling. Remember, the freight market is always changing. Right now, it's swinging in favor of carriers. Make the most of it while the getting's good. Oh, and stay safe out there on the roads. That's good.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
Hey, don't we like getting some positive news about the industry? You know, trucking's been in a down market, what, 2.5 years? You know, struggling. Whereas we've seen that's why we're seeing fewer trucks on the road, 14,400 fewer trucking authorities compared to just a year ago. Now, what else did Craig Fuller have to say? Just yesterday, he shared via his he's the CEO of FreightWaves. He said, a few weeks ago, I launched a new video podcast series called Bring It Home, where it highlights the American reindustrialization renaissance. Each episode tackles a different topic related to reindustrialization. I said, why do I care so much about this topic? It goes back to my trucking roots. I am bullish on anything that drives more domestic trucking freight. And few things are as powerful for trucking freight demand as domestic manufacturing. When it comes to driving freight demand, domestic manufacturing has an impact that imports cannot match. Both contribute to the movement of goods across the country, but the effect of homegrown production on trucking and transportation is far more significant. Consider two identical products, one manufactured in China, the other right here. Despite their similarities, the American-made product generates markedly more freight demand than the Chinese one. For the product manufactured domestically, each component is often sourced locally, involving multiple trucking operations, from the raw material extraction to parts manufacturing. Nearly every piece in the supply chain is moved by surface transportation, often trucking. This multi-layered approach means even before the final product leaves the assembly line, it's already contributed to substantial domestic trucking freight activity. On the other side of the coin, the product from China arrives in the U.S. nearly complete. Typically, the imported item makes just one primary journey from a port to a distribution center, reducing the need for additional freight movements. Consider a car made in the U.S. The steel might start its journey at a mill in PA, traveling to a machining facility in Ohio, move to a stamping plant in Indiana, finally arrive at the assembly line in Michigan. Each step involves trucking, the ripple effect of freight demand. In contrast, the imported goods that arrive at the port nearly finished, involving fewer domestic trips as the final assembly is done before the good reaches America's shores. This difference in supply chain complexity directly translates into more truck trips for domestically manufactured goods versus imports. And if you'll notice, I think the trucking, the leadership in the industry is taking note. With the new administration coming in, he's looking to bring domestic manufacturing back. Now, he goes into just in time. That manufacturing model, widely adopted by manufacturers here, significantly boosts freight demand. Designed to minimize inventory cost, JIT relies on those frequent, smaller shipment of components and materials, leading to a constant stream of trucks to keep the production lines moving. JIT manufacturing demands responsive, agile transportation that suits trucking perfectly. Unlike the bulk shipments with imports that arrive in large quantities at ports, domestic just-in-time supply chains require that steady flow of smaller deliveries, increasing both the frequency and geographic spread of truck trips. Then you've got the heartland factor. The geography of domestic manufacturing significantly boosts trucking demand. Many new U.S. manufacturing plants are in the South and the Midwest, far from the coastal ports, favoring highway transportation over intermodal options, which are more efficient at the coastal ports. Intermodal transportation is efficient for long hauls, especially for imports from those ports. However, for the shorter, various routes typical of domestic manufacturing supply chains, trucking is the king. In the grand scheme of freight transportation, domestic manufacturing clearly leads in generating trucking demand. From complex supply chains to just-in-time models, from extensive distribution networks to geographic advantages, American-made goods keep the industry vibrant in ways imports simply cannot. All right, this increased demand not only supports the transportation sector, but also contributes to job creation, economic growth, and the vitality of American manufacturing, as we witness a resurgence in domestic manufacturing. We can expect an even greater boost to trucking freight demand, thus further strengthening that vital link between Made in America and the trucking industry. Do you think the change of administrations may bode well for the trucking industry? Based on everything I'm hearing, it sure as hell sounds like it to me. 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. The head of Russia's nuclear forces has been killed in an explosion in Moscow. Igor Kirillov was blown up by a device hidden in an electric scooter as he left a residential block on Tuesday morning. Ukraine's security service is claiming responsibility for the attack, alleging the lieutenant general carried out war crimes. Sean Bell is a military analyst.
It is quite a dramatic loss to Russia, particularly since there are claims that Russia's been using chemical weapons in the fight in Ukraine. And there's claims that 4,800, nearly 5,000 claims that chemical weapons, which are illegal, have been used since February 22. And all of that falls on the hands of Igor Kirillov. So it's Ukraine will be probably quite delighted that he's met his end today.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's leadership is again under pressure after the abrupt departure of his Finance Minister, Chrystia Freeland, who expressed disagreements over how to deal with incoming US President Donald Trump. Caroline Malone reports.
Only a month left until US President-elect Donald Trump comes into power, when he could enforce 25% tariffs on all Canadian goods. There is also for Canada, though, the tricky issue of trying to deal with what Trump sees as a border issue. He's campaigned on a promise to crack down on illegal immigration and the flow of drugs, particularly fentanyl. Prime Minister Trudeau is considering increasing spending to boost border security, but there is still opposition to that idea. Some people think it will put Canada in a bad position to deal with economic hits from possible tariffs.
Vanuatu has been hit with a 7.3 magnitude earthquake near its capital city, Port Vila. The full extent of the damage remains unclear as power and mobile networks remain cut off across the Pacific island. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron will travel to his country's Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte in coming days, as rescue teams rush to locate the missing following a cyclone that officials there say has killed hundreds of people. Ross Cullen has the details.
The French Interior Minister says the island of Mayotte has been completely devastated. Bruno Retailleau added that there is, quote, nothing left of the shanty towns. Mayotte is struggling in the aftermath of the worst cyclone to hit the island in almost 100 years. The president says he will be travelling to the Indian Ocean territory in the coming days, and the race is on to locate survivors and provide water, food and shelter, and also to try to prevent the spread of disease.
And footballer Vinicius Jr. has been named the Men's Player of the Year at the FIFA Best Awards. The 24-year-old Brazilian played a key role in Real Madrid's Champions League and title-winning campaigns last season, but he boycotted another awards ceremony, the recent Ballon d'Or, after missing out to Manchester City's Rodri. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shots Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Welcome back here. Good morning to Steve, Columbus, Ohio, checking in via email. Hello, Steve, all the listeners out there. All right, the week just about halfway there, and you start looking forward to the weekend. The coffee's fresh, the car's warmed up, time to head into town, see what the day brings us. Oh, and it's cold out here this morning. All right, everybody enjoy. Thank you much, Steve. Now, you probably, like me, have been enjoying these couple of warmer nights. You had 50s Monday morning, 40s this past morning. Now we're back in the 30s. And looking ahead, we're just going to go down, 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 heading into the weekend. Maybe even some wintry precip coming our way as we head toward Christmas. All right, Eagle is going to check back in coming up here. Looks like Pathfinder's on board. I'm going to skip down because I do believe we have a first-time caller on board tuning in to one of our terrestrial affiliates. Is this Bill?
Yes.
Morning, Bill. How are you?
I just want to... I'm doing pretty good. I just want to let you know I really appreciate your program, and you're doing a fine job.
Now, you're listening on, it says, AM 1360? What part of the country is that in?
It's in West Texas, about 32 miles north of Odessa, Texas.
Okay, one of our Texas listening friends. Awesome.
And I just want to wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Well, we've got you down here, Bill, for a first-time caller. We got to hook you up with a $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secret products so you can try things out. How's that sound to you?
Sounds real good.
That sounds good to you? Okay. All right, so how's your weather down there? Is it Andrews, Texas, you say?
Yes, sir. It's cold tonight.
Chilly night. Okay. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to dial us up there. I love hearing from some folks from our terrestrial affiliates out there. And in my conversation with Ryan this past morning, he also mentioned they're working on building things there, finally getting on top of some things. You know, we've been a little bit on the side burner, as they say, for some time, but that's great. All right, SpaceX. It looks like we actually had the SpaceX robotic cargo mission, the 31st, come back to Earth this past day. SpaceX's Dragon cargo capsule splashing down off the Florida coast about 1:39 this past afternoon. After undocking the previous day from the space station, CRS-31 returning to Earth with thousands of pounds of equipment and experiment specimens from ongoing microgravity research aboard the station. Dragon is currently the only ISS cargo spacecraft that is capable of actually returning equipment and experiments safely to Earth. The other two operational freighters are Northrop Grumman's Cygnus spacecraft and, of course, Russia's Progress capsule. They both face a fiery atmospheric incineration, literally burning up during reentry, along with whatever waste from the space station is packed on board. But the CRS-31 launched to the space station from Kennedy's Space Center in Florida on November the 4th. Aboard the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, rendezvousing with the orbital lab a day later, delivered about 6,000 pounds of science and supplies for the astronauts on board. Among those astronauts, of course, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. They're kind of stranded at the moment. Complications from the Starliner. NASA deciding to return the Starliner to Earth uncrewed. And, of course, they're still there. We mentioned earlier they've now bumped at least another month the potential return date for Butch and Sonny. Meanwhile, all right, let's see if Eagle's hanging in there. I think he wanted to chime in a bit about, what do we got? Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi. Welcome back, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, Steve, I'm pretty sure you went over it. I might have been I might have went to sleep, or I might have not heard you when you talked about it, about Nancy Pelosi, who last week she fell and broke her hip while she was in, I can't remember what country she was in, but they said that she went through the operation, and she had the operation already, and I don't know when she's scheduled to come back to the U.S., but she was involved in some type of fall, they say, so I haven't seen her, on TV or anything, interviewing her about it after the accident, so I don't know what a total situation is. I don't like Nancy Pelosi, so I'm not gonna say nothing because I don't want to, jinx myself. So I'm just go, act like I, don't know anything about, her falling and nothing. I ain't gonna wish bad luck on nobody, but she, she's not a good person. We know that. Okay, now another guy I want to talk about, Steve, is what's going on with Biden again. I had talked to you last night about the wall situation, and a lot of other people in politics chiming in on Biden, not selling off the, because don't you remember a couple of weeks ago, Steve, after Donald Trump won the election? Remember, he went to the White House and sat down with Biden, but didn't Biden tell Donald Trump that he was gonna try to do everything smoothly, have a good going out, to leave the White House on good terms? So it all looks like Biden was just telling one big lie, Steve, because why would he try to sell off all of the panels that they used to build a wall before Trump get in the White House? Did he say that he trying to have good relationships? That don't sound like you guys trying to have a good relationship by doing something like that. Like Donald Trump told the guy, it makes no sense, to have to buy all this stuff again. But like I said, it just makes it real clear that Biden and how they feel about the border, that they really want it open, and for some reason they want these people to continue streaming in. It's really sad, Steve, that the border is still open. I think I read earlier today that the Border Patrol people caught a terrorist man today trying to enter the U.S. He was on the terrorist watch list. I'm not sure what country he was from. I can't remember. But they did say that they captured a guy today or either yesterday that was trying to get into the U.S. And like I always tell you, he's not coming to the U.S. to go to Disneyland. He's not going to Disneyland, Steve. He's coming here for other reasons. So, you would think Biden would want to, get this thing closed, just to go out on good terms. But it don't seem like they want to go out on good terms, with Biden, with the things. He's trying to spend as much money as he can. He's trying to lead the United States in a hole, Steve, that even Donald Trump can't dig out of, before he leave the White House. So, Biden, he shouldn't be doing. He should be trying to, go out on good terms and try to help Trump, get off to a good start. But apparently, he don't see it that way. But it just goes to show, that he's a phony. When he met with Donald Trump a couple of weeks ago after the election, and he said he wanted to leave on good terms. He definitely not doing that. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, and that's with the other deal with what's this guy's name? The other politician that AOC. Yeah, they claim that AOC is trying to get another position, and even the Democrats don't want nothing to do with her. She can't seem to come up with enough votes because AOC, she's this woman here. How do people in New York continue voting for her to represent them in New York? I still ain't figured that out. Like I said, even the Democrats don't want nothing to do with her. At one point, they had even talked about her trying to be presidential candidate, and believe it, I was gonna say she'd be worse than Kamala Harris, but I don't think nobody can be worse than Kamala Harris. So the only thing I can say to him, Steve, is put AOC out there in 2028 as your Democratic representative, and we'll see how that turns out. I already know. So go ahead and make her your representative for 28, and we'll see if she gets in the White House. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
That's pretty good. I think she was trying for, she wanted a position on, if memory serves, it was like a security committee. And they said, well, I think Grump put it best last evening. She couldn't even be in charge of finger painting. That was great. Let me see here. Speaking of, and we all know it, Biden hasn't really been doing a damn thing as far as running this country. He's not running the show. It's just all of his advisors and policymakers. Yeah, obviously somebody at the top of the chain there is pulling all the strings. But James O'Keefe, he's the guy that, I forget what was the name of his, where he gets undercover video and kind of a whistleblower on things that are happening. In an eye-opening interview, Harry Appel, I believe is the way you say it, A-P-P-E-L, Henry Appel, an advisor at the National Security Council, offering a rather candid, troubling perspective on President Biden's current health and mental state. Appel, who works within the Intelligence Programs Directorate, has a direct responsibility for providing senior policymakers with sensitive and classified information. His recent comments shed a bit of light on the serious concerns surrounding Biden's ability to perform as president. I mean, he's only got a little over 30 days left. But Appel began by acknowledging the president's communication struggles, stating bluntly, and I quote, Joe Biden is like dead, not literally, like he can't say a sentence, as he put it. Those words drawing significant attention due to the unfiltered, alarming nature, particularly given the sensitive role that he plays in national security. He went on to explain, we give all the senior policymakers all the secrets, underscoring the high level of trust that the NSC places on the administration's leadership. Yet his candid admission raises questions about whether the president's ability to manage that responsibility is increasingly in doubt. Appel did not hold back in describing incidents where Biden's cognitive decline appear particularly evident. In one exchange, Appel recalled a moment during a call with Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor, when Biden had difficulty understanding the simple phrase, novel phenomenon. According to Appel, Biden seemed confused, responding with, what do you mean, like a book? Novel, like a book. This, according to Appel, highlighted the president's struggle to comprehend even basic terminology. It wasn't just a single instance. Appel recounted another troubling interaction, describing a phone call where Biden, after initially greeting him, asked for Jake Sullivan. After a brief exchange, Biden called back just seconds later, again inquiring if Sullivan was on the line. Appel confirmed that Sullivan was, in fact, traveling with Biden, was on the same trip. The confusion and repetition left many concerned about his current mental clarity. On top of his concerns about his mental health, Appel spoke about the turmoil following the 2024 election, particularly in light of Trump's victory, where all kinds of trauma bonded. He said White House officials, referring to the emotional impact of Trump's return to power. He also expressed a growing fear that the Trump administration might come after them as they face mounting criticism and scrutiny. We're concerned about them, that is, Trump's team, coming after us, Appel stated, kind of hinting at all the tensions between the outgoing and the incoming administrations, which kind of falls right in line with preemptive pardons. More are forthcoming. And as I said a couple of hours ago, I can all but put it in the bank. Liz Cheney is going to be on that list, I think, if she wants it or not. She almost has to be. All right, hello to Truck and Phil. Happy Hump Day Coffee Up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Drinking Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looks like we got about a high 39 Fort Wayne, 37 for Sterling Heights today. Right on. 1 week till Christmas Day. Let's get her started. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back once again. Roll on. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and his team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, what do you say? We'll kick it back in gear here and get on up to the Pathfinder. Checking in this morning. Morning, Pathfinder. What's happening?
Hey, what's happening? I'm enjoying retirement.
There you go.
Yes, sir. I've got one of them new listeners on the line. He was a construction worker, and he wants to talk about, he knows quite a bit about drones.
Really?
He wants to talk about that. But first I want to talk, yes. But first I want to talk about, he goes by Cat Lover. And I want to talk to Ed, Grumpy Ed. I had that done, that lung scan.
Mm-hmm.
And what it is preventative maintenance. And what it is, you go in, it don't take, like Steve said, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And they found a scar tissue on my left lobe in my lung. And he says, that's fine. Just come back in 6 months from now and stuff. We'll see if it's growing or moved or anything. So, Ed, just take care of it. It's just like Hot Shot Secrets in your truck. You know, I don't know if you use that stuff, but preventative maintenance. You don't want to be stuck out cold somewhere.
Bingo.
So just do it. Yes, just do it. It don't take long. We want to keep you around, and if that happens, then you can take care of it. So that's just my advice to you. Also on the vanes, when I was still working, I drove a truck for 33 years, and I was a Teamster for 33 years. But when I was working, my left foot was hurting real bad, and my leg, and it was turning black and blue. And I couldn't hardly get in and out of the truck. So I went in to the doctor, and he went and did a, what they do on babies. What do you call that?
Ultrasound.
Sonogram.
Yeah, ultrasound, sonogram.
And, yeah. Yeah, he went all down my leg and everything, and found out I had blockage. And so what they do, they go in through your groin and go down there, and I was out, so I didn't feel nothing. But they got a balloon, I guess, on the end of it, and they clean your veins out. And he said it was pretty bad for my lap. I don't know what to call that, but below the knee, it was real bad. And they got it all out. Man, I felt like a new man when they got done.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's just preventative maintenance, and you can't worry about it. And if, like what happened to Steve, they did the chest X-ray or the
lung
deal
scan.
on
The
his
lung
lungs,
scan.
and they
Found the plaque. Yes, the plaque that had built up. Calcium, actually. That was calcification, as they call it. All right, Pathfinder, hang in there. We'll get to your buddy with the knowledge about the drones coming up here. But we got to get the news break. So we close out another hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands-off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. Around 14 people have died and 200 injured after a 7.4 magnitude earthquake struck Vanuatu's capital Port Vila on Tuesday. Rescuers are searching for people still trapped, with the quake damaging the Pacific nations' reservoirs, commercial buildings, embassies and a hospital. Laura Westbrook reports.
The confirmed deaths included 4 in the capital's hospital, 6 in a landslide and 4 in a collapsed building, where the death toll was expected to rise further, according to reports. The tremor caused major structural damage in at least 10 buildings, including the main hospital, and diplomatic missions, including the U.S. Embassy. The national broadcaster showed people queuing for fuel and essentials on Wednesday morning. The government said 2 major water reserves supplying Port Vila had been totally destroyed and will need reconstruction.
The suspect accused of killing a top healthcare insurance official has been charged with murder in New York. Luigi Mangione was indicted on 11 counts on Tuesday, including first-degree murder and murder as an act of terrorism. Sally Patterson has more.
Luigi Mangione is accused of carrying out a frightening, well-planned and targeted murder. That was how Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg described the killing of Brian Thompson, the former CEO of United Healthcare. He was shot in Midtown Manhattan on the 4th of December. New York prosecutors have charged Mangione with his murder. He plans to plead not guilty to the charges. In the days following the shooting, Mangione received a wave of support on social media, uncovering a deep-rooted dissatisfaction with the country's healthcare system. And a new poll from Emerson College found 41% of adults under 30 consider the killing of Thompson acceptable. Sally Patterson, New York.
The United Nations says a massive cash injection is needed to increase humanitarian aid in Syria. On Tuesday, the UN Security Council met to discuss the unfolding situation in the country following the fall of the Bashar al-Assad regime. Jody Jacobs has more from the UN headquarters in New York.
UN officials say while the political transition in Syria is imperative, the humanitarian situation also needs attention. According to the world body, Syria is one of the largest humanitarian crises in the world, with some 17 million people in need of assistance. Speaking from Damascus, where he met with the new caretaker government, Geir Pedersen told UN Security Council members that Syria now faces a whole new reality and that the challenges there are many. And while council members reiterated their support for Syria's transition, many have also warned Israel to respect Syria's territorial sovereignty and withdraw from the UN buffer zone along the border. Jody Jacobs, New York.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at President-elect Donald Trump's pledge to consider reversing a decision by President Joe Biden that has allowed Ukraine to use US-supplied long-range missiles to strike at Russian territory. The president-elect said it had been stupid for the White House to give President Volodymyr Zelensky the go-ahead to use NATO-supplied weapons to their full capacity. Until a few weeks ago, the Ukrainians were restricted to using the munitions only against targets on Ukrainian soil. George Beebe is the Director of Grand Strategy for the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft in Washington.
The kinds of strikes we're talking about don't stop Russian strikes into Ukraine. Russian strikes into Ukraine have continued since that time when Ukraine began using Storm Shadow and ATACMS long-range strikes into Russia. So this notion that if Ukraine has the ability and strikes into Russian territory with these weapons, then Russian attacks on Ukraine will stop has already been proved false. In fact, the Russians escalated in response to this.
The Biden administration says it has explained to the Trump transition team its rationale for allowing the weapons to be used inside a 200-mile range of the Russian border. But with the U.S. inauguration just a month away, the clock may be ticking on Ukraine's ability to continue using them. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
FSN is an independent source of news for TV, radio, and digital networks worldwide. You can find more of our minute-by-minute updates on Twitter. Follow us there at Feature Story. And we have a wealth of audio and video stories from our global news bureaus on Facebook. You can find us there by following Feature Story News. Stay tuned for further updates right here. But for now, that is the latest Feature Story News. Ishan Garg reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, to get our final hour underway. Here we go. What do we have? I'm going to get back to Pathfinder. Says he's got a friend on board that knows a thing or two about drones. Who you got on board with you there, Pathfinder?
I got Cat Lover.
Cat Lover, that's right.
A new listener. Cat Lover. And it's a new listener that I've got one more I'm trying to get on board. And he was a construction worker. He ran a crew and built basements and stuff, and he's really got him listening to you, and I'll get you on there with the minute for him. But I just wanted to add, Big Ed, just do it. Your insurance pay for it, and it's painless, and you'll know where you stand.
Right.
And they may find something else like they found on Steve. So we want you around a while and enjoy your retirement. And that's all, you know. It's just do it. Anyway, Eagle was right. The trucking industry has changed out there so much. It used to be where you got a car would honk at you back in the day, and they turned the porch light on, and you'd have a show. That got you down the road about another 100, 200 miles. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I'll let you talk to him. Cat Lover is he goes by. And Cat Lover, go ahead. Talk to Steve.
Good morning.
Morning. Good to have you with us.
I've been listening to a lot of this talk about, are they going to want to do something about these drones or sightings in the sky?
Mm-hmm.
You don't really know what you're seeing there. There's lights in the sky. Okay. It might be a small plane. It may be drones. But people starting to say they want to, when Mr. Donald Trump commented on shooting at them, that is dangerous. You can't just start shooting into the air. You don't know whether that might be a small plane. You don't know where that bullet's going to come down if you do this. This is not safe. I think it's when Donald Trump spoke of shooting them down, he's talking about having professionals do this.
Right, right.
People with law enforcement that's being wise about it. I saw a TikTok video where somebody was talking about shooting at him, and I thought, no, fire a gun in the sky. going to come back. And, I've got a real opinion about this whole thing where we're selling off the southern wall.
Okay.
Where the Biden administration is selling it off. I find that at the edge of treason. I mean, you are working against the American people. There was an election held. The better percent of this country wants that southern wall built. And for the administration going out to intentionally sabotage the incoming administration, selling off that wall for pennies on the dollar, that's treasonous. And any company that is buying that, I wish they would dox those people, put out their names, and ask people to be able to blackball them in the nation. This should be stopped.
Yeah.
I hate the thought that all of our tax dollars that bought that wall are being thrown away or stolen in a way. I'm wondering, what is Biden doing with the money? If they're selling the wall, where's that money going? Who's ending up with that?
I'm just assuming it's going back to back to the general fund. Yeah, they're in D.C., but I'm not exactly sure, to be honest with you. All right, I'm with you 100%, though. You do have to kind of wonder who would want to buy it. Now, it's my understanding is it's been sitting there for literally, almost 4 years now. Yeah, this was material that was in place until Biden was sworn in, and they stopped construction of the wall. Yeah, why did it take this long for them to decide we're going to sell it off? That's because, I don't know. All right, speaking of we hadn't really talked about, believe it or not, much anything about drones this morning. I think the CNI dog has a few things to chime in on that, but we did see this past day the Belleville, New Jersey mayor, Michael Mellom, appeared on Good Day New York, the Fox 5 affiliate there, stating that this whole narrative of some possible missing radioactive material might be what they're over his state looking for. Now, Mellom said information has not been forthcoming. It's this lack of transparency, in my opinion, that's doing nothing but fueling conspiracy theories online. Now, he did say, I know that we were told by our state police that we have assets over our critical infrastructure. Now, depending on your point of view, that's either concerning or comforting. I think it's comforting because it's probably us listening and watching. We also know that we have drones that are flying in a grid-like pattern. In my opinion, they're looking for something. Now, I said, what might they be looking for? Well, potentially, we are aware of a threat that came in through Port Newark. Maybe that's radioactive material. There was an alert that's out right now that radioactive material in New Jersey has gone missing. On December 2nd, he said, was a shipment. It arrived at its destination. The container was damaged and it was empty. He added it was lost in New Jersey in transit. And again, that's just an example of what I think we're sniffing for. I think we do have the assets that can go up and fly around and sniff things, which is why we're not seeing the uptick that we used to see here in Belleville anymore. Yeah, they're kind of moving. We're seeing alerts, and it's happening now in Pennsylvania. Mayor Mellom concluded. That's the crazy part about it. We've got very little information. Even yesterday on the call with the White House, literally, mayors were told, you guys are seeing things. There's no credibility to this. We have one mayor, like I said, that had drones over his house. I mean, we're no longer going to stand for not hearing the truth. I mean, our state government is failing us. They're not getting the answers from the federal government. And even though yesterday they told us there's nothing to see here today, there's a top secret briefing going on in Congress. What are they being told? What are they being told that we were not told yesterday? So, yeah, obviously, top secret briefing. They're going to tell things. There are those out there that know. And as Pappy mentioned earlier, where the cat guy was talking about you shooting them down. Yeah, we have the capabilities. Yeah, our military has the capabilities. They could bring them down if they wanted to. They just don't want to. Okay. Trump said the wall's being sold for like 5 cents on the dollar. And apparently the companies buying them have offered to sell them back to Trump at double the original price. So 10 cents on the dollar, which I guess that wouldn't be so bad. But, yeah, we've already paid for it. It's the American taxpayers that paid for the damn things. See what CNI Dog has on his mind this morning. Welcome.
This is Doug, Steve.
Oh, my apologies. That's the second time I've done that. It says dog on the screen. So, how you been, Doug?
Been doing fine. Thank you for the show. Thank you for being there. Thanks for taking my call. I was wanting to talk about drones a little. I've been in and out of the show, so if I repeat something, I apologize. A couple of points, and then I want to get your take on something about the drones. So I kind of subscribe to the fact, or to the theory, that the drones are looking for some radioactive material. Sounds pretty plausible.
Correct.
But why would there be drones inundating Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and them having to shut the base down? I've heard that some drones have swarmed around other military bases.
Correct.
I mean, would it be possible that there would be some type of nefarious radioactivity material that would be on one of those bases? It doesn't seem so, but who knows? And then you just talked of a report that an elected official in New Jersey had a swarm of drones around that elected official's house.
Correct.
That kind of flies in the face of the radioactive material as well. Anyway, sometimes people get a feeling as to what the drones might be here for, where they're coming from. Do you have a feeling one way or the other as to what it is? I just want your opinion.
I mean, more and more, I am leaning to the theory of some sort of radioactive material. Because that, the mayor, what he said yesterday, that was kind of new information right on the heels of the gentleman over the past weekend that put out the TikTok video. Now, he was talking about a missing nuke device. This radioactive material that's missing, that came into Newark, and that may have been some sort of medical equipment or something that could conceivably be used to make a dirty bomb. That coupled with the fact that I think it was over the weekend, maybe last Friday, the official word from the New Jersey authorities, the state authorities, notified all the mayors if a drone were to come down to immediately call the bomb squad. When responding fire crews arrive, have them don hazmat equipment before approaching it and set up a perimeter for evacuation around it, treat it as though it could have radioactivity involved. That all kind of leads toward what that mayor said yesterday. Something's down there missing, and they're trying to find it.
Well, I agree with you on that. I mean, based on all and so when I said radioactive material, I meant a nuclear device as well. I was kind of lumping the two together.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with you. That sounds, out of all of the theories, the the most plausible. But there are other things happening that don't fall in line with the drones looking for radioactive material. Like, why would they go to an elected official's home?
Well, they're flying in a grid pattern. So essentially, I guess going back and forth, sometimes 4 and 5 at a time. And I guess at some point, if you're in the proximity, they're going to be over your house. I don't think they were hovering per se, but I think that he had them passing over his home.
Okay. Like above all else, like I said, I agree with you. But it's so frustrating and so ridiculous that this administration can't come out and at least lie to us.
Right. Well, I think that's what they're doing.
I mean, something.
The lie is that you're not seeing anything.
Flimsy.
Yeah. That is the lie, that there's nothing nefarious. I mean, maybe, if the fact of the matter is they're looking for something on the ground and it may be an actual nuclear device. Hell, just think, we got Christmas coming up. There's how many people are going to be gathering in New York for the New Year's celebration, that they might be in a big-time hurry if it's something that could potentially be turned into a dirty bomb, radioactively, or if it is an actual nuke device. I mean, they're not going to come right out and say something like that because people would be scared to hell.
Well, definitely. But what they've told us so far is so flimsy. I mean, they could come up with a little something better than that.
You would think.
But, yeah. 20th can't come soon enough, like everybody says.
Right. So,
well, thanks, Steve. You have a
and if you put that whole line of thinking together, they're looking for something on the ground, trying to sniff something out. In other words, there is nothing nefarious about the drones. Nothing to be concerned with, but it's the rest of the story. That I think that's what Trump was alluding to. The government knows, they're just not saying for whatever reason. Maybe it would scare us. Now, he mentioned Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They did shut down the base Friday night to Saturday. Well, I guess word came down yesterday that additional drones were spotted over Wright-Pat overnight last night. Monday night into Tuesday morning. According to a spokesperson for the 88th Air Base Wing, in this case, he said they were small. Not these large drones that they're seeing in New Jersey. Small, unmanned aerial systems spotted in the vicinity of and over Wright-Patt Air Force Base's Area A and Area B late Monday night into early Tuesday morning. A spokesperson said neither the airspace nor the residence, facilities, or assets impacted. The number of systems has fluctuated, and they have ranged in size and configurations, he says. Our units continue to monitor the airspace. We're working with local law enforcement and mission partners to ensure the safety of personnel, facilities, and assets. As I mentioned, drones were also spotted over the base Friday, briefly shutting down its airspace. State, local police are investigating. But they do not, they say, have the authority to counter them. Not clear if this is connected in any form or fashion to what's going on the East Coast. The Federal Aviation Administration and the FBI said they've received more than 5,000 reported sightings in just the last few weeks. We've not identified anything anomalous. We do not assess the activity to date to present a national security or a public safety risk. In some cases, now that this has got so much attention and media attention around the country, I wouldn't doubt there are also some people, some hobbyists out there just, hey, I'm going to fly my drone tonight, see if I can scare the crap out of some people. Fly it here, fly it. I mean, at the same time, you can get yourself in really deep doo-doo flying a drone over restricted Air Force base, the likes of Wright Pat, if you know what I mean.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, I knew I had the story over here somewhere. We were talking earlier about the Electoral College. Donald Trump won the popular vote and the Electoral College. There's no need to be bickering back and forth about where we have seen elections. There's a reason the Electoral College exists. In most cases, if you simply went by the popular vote, your big East Coast cities, your big West Coast, your Californias, New Yorks, the big populous areas, Chicago, in the heart, they would pretty much determine who's going to be the president forever. All those less populous states, Wyoming, Montana, they pretty much have nearly no voice. That's the premise of the Electoral College. But even in light of Trump winning the popular vote, there are several Senate Democrats wanting to change the rules. Ironically, these same Senate Democrats don't seem to understand that the arguments they make for destroying a core principle of our federal republic would also justify eliminating the Senate itself. Earlier this week, the Senate Judiciary Committee, chaired by Dick Durbin of Illinois, announced a bill to abolish the Electoral College, restoring democracy, allowing the direct election of presidents through popular vote alone. Now, he's also proposing arming illegal immigrants. He joined two of his colleagues, Democrat Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii and Peter Welch of Vermont, in introducing a proposed constitutional amendment that, if adopted, would indeed abolish the Electoral College. He says, in 2020, before the general election, I introduced a bipartisan resolution to amend the Constitution and abolish the Electoral College. I still believe today it's time to retire this 18th century invention. Well, fortunately, the authors of the Constitution understood the tyrannical threat posed by people like Dick Durbin. Hence, eliminating something as fundamental to our republic as the Electoral College, Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution, requires an amendment under Article 5, 2/3 of both houses of Congress plus 3/4 of the states must approve such an amendment. In other words, Senate Democrats have no chance of abolishing the Electoral College. That perennial object of their unhinged fixation. But either way, their behavior requires some sort of an explanation. Voters need to understand why. We must never allow them to succeed in this sinister quest. We'll pick up there after this.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. The head of Russia's nuclear forces has been killed in an explosion in Moscow. Igor Kirillov was blown up by a device hidden in an electric scooter as he left a residential block on Tuesday morning. Ukraine's security service is claiming responsibility for the attack, alleging the lieutenant general carried out war crimes. Sean Bell is a military analyst.
It is quite a dramatic loss to Russia, particularly since there are claims that Russia's been using chemical weapons in the fight in Ukraine. And there's claims that 4,800, nearly 5,000 claims that chemical weapons, which are illegal, have been used since February 22. And all of that falls on the hands of Igor Kirillov. So it's Ukraine will be probably quite delighted that he's met his end today.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's leadership is again under pressure after the abrupt departure of his finance minister, Chrystia Freeland, who expressed disagreements over how to deal with incoming US President Donald Trump. Caroline Malone reports.
Only a month left until US President-elect Donald Trump comes into power, when he could enforce 25% tariffs on all Canadian goods. There is also for Canada, though, the tricky issue of trying to deal with what Trump sees as a border issue. He's campaigned on a promise to crack down on illegal immigration and the flow of drugs, particularly fentanyl. Prime Minister Trudeau is considering increasing spending to boost border security, but there is still opposition to that idea. Some people think it will put Canada in a bad position to deal with economic hits from possible tariffs.
Vanuatu has been hit with a 7.3 magnitude earthquake near its capital city, Port Vila. The full extent of the damage remains unclear as power and mobile networks remain cut off across the Pacific island. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron will travel to his country's Indian Ocean territory of Mayotte in coming days, as rescue teams rush to locate the missing following a cyclone that officials there say has killed hundreds of people. Ross Cullen has the details.
The French Interior Minister says the island of Mayotte has been completely devastated. Bruno Retailleau added that there is, quote, nothing left of the shanty towns. Mayotte is struggling in the aftermath of the worst cyclone to hit the island in almost 100 years. The president says he will be travelling to the Indian Ocean territory in the coming days, and the race is on to locate survivors and provide water, food and shelter, and also to try to prevent the spread of disease.
And footballer Vinicius Jr. has been named the Men's Player of the Year at the FIFA Best Awards. The 24-year-old Brazilian played a key role in Real Madrid's Champions League and title-winning campaigns last season, but he boycotted another awards ceremony, the recent Ballon d'Or, after missing out to Manchester City's Rodri. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSF.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All righty, back to the Electoral College. Well, we deserve some understanding. According to the Associated Press, with all states finally having counted at least 99% of the votes for this year's election, Trump wins the national popular vote by more than 2 million. Thus, Democrats' constitutional amendment would not have changed the outcome. Still, Trump has generated significant momentum. Stands poised to re-enter the White House as popular as ever. Senate Democrats, therefore, needed to rally their own voters around their shop-worn lie of defending democracy. Plus, recent history has proven Democrats prosper amid the electoral chaos they create. Eliminating the Electoral College would sow unfathomable chaos. Imagine how presidential elections would unfold if determined by the national popular vote. Imagine waiting on California, for instance, to finish counting their votes. More than a month after Election Day. What the hell? As it stands, California awards 54 electoral votes. No more, no less. So we know in advance exactly the degree to which Californians will influence the election's outcome. But what if California Democrats had an incentive to find as many votes as possible? Would any Republican trust the outcome of elections conducted in that manner? Secondly, one kind of marvels at the irony. Senate Democrats' argument for abolishing the Electoral College also applies to the Senate. I'm excited to partner with my friends and colleagues, Senators Schatz and Chair Durbin, on this important constitutional amendment, which will help empower every voter in every state, said Welch. But the Senate itself does not reflect the will of every voter in every state. It is far from that. In fact, the Electoral College, which awards electoral votes based on a state's population, a population comes exponentially closer to reflecting the will of every voter in every state than the Senate ever has or ever will. Indeed, 2 senators per state, regardless of population, hardly sounds like democracy. And that's the point. America's constitutional republic incorporates democratic principles, but we are not a democracy. Sylvester beats that drum time and time again, and it must never become one, lest we endure the unbridled tyranny of electoral majorities. Instead, our constitutional system provides for a meaningful division of power between the national and state governments. The Electoral College, by empowering the people of all the states to conduct their own elections and award their electoral votes as they see fit in a manner consistent with the Constitution, helps prevent the tyrannical consolidation of states into a single, omnipotent national government. Thus, Democrats must never succeed in their effort to eliminate the Electoral College. Should they do so, they would create a strong argument for abolishing the Senate itself. At that point, the federal constitutional structure will have collapsed. The Union, in all likelihood, would dissolve. Be careful what you wish for, as they say. Now, quickly jump into other industry news. Here in late 2024, the retail giant Macy's revealed a shocking accounting scandal involving its parcel delivery expenses. It said a single employee had managed to hide approximately $151 million in delivery cost over nearly 3 years, causing significant disruption to the company's financial reporting, raising questions about their internal controls. Macy's uncovered the issue during the preparation of its financial statements for the third quarter this year. Apparently, they immediately launched an independent investigation, which it says revealed that a lone employee responsible for small package delivery expense accounting had intentionally made erroneous entries to conceal delivery expenses for the fourth quarter of 2021 through November 2nd of this year. What is the scale of the fraud? The hidden expenses totaled between $132 and $154 million, ultimately settling at $151 million. While this amount may seem substantial, it's important to note that Macy's recognized approximately $4.36 billion in delivery expenses during that same period. The concealed costs represented about 3.5% of the company's overall delivery expenses. What was the motive? Contrary to initial speculation, the employees' actions were not motivated by personal financial gain, according to Macy's CEO, Tony Spring. Rather, the investigation found the employee acted alone and did not pursue these acts. It appears the alleged fraud began as an attempt to cover up an initial accounting mistake. The employee told investigators that they had mistakenly understated small parcel delivery expenses in late 2021. To hide the error, the employee allegedly continued to make intentional accounting errors and falsify documentation until that misstatement was discovered here this fall. Despite the significant sum involved, Macy's has stated that the accounting errors did not materially impact their operations or financial position. No indication that the erroneous entries affected cash management activities, vendor payments, or net sales figures. However, the discovery of the alleged fraud did force Macy's to delay their third quarter earnings report by 2 weeks. They also adjusted their annual profit forecast, reducing the expected adjusted profit per share from anywhere from $2.34 to $2.69 down to $2.25 to $2.50 per share. But this raises serious questions about their internal financial controls. How could such a significant discrepancy go unnoticed for nearly 3 years? Experts point to several factors that may have contributed to the oversight. The routine nature of delivery expense transactions, which may have received less scrutiny than other accounts. The relatively small percentage of hidden expenses as a share of overall delivery costs. And, of course, the turbulent period in e-commerce shipping, because we're talking going back into the heart of the pandemic, which may have made unusual expenses less noticeable. In response, Macy's has taken several steps. The employee responsible is no longer with the company. Well, you think? They are strengthening existing controls and implementing additional measures to prevent similar incidents in the future. And they are revising their internal accounting processes, which were found to be vulnerable to employee manipulation. A major factor contributing to the lack of oversight regarding hidden delivery expenses at Macy's, they say, was the dramatic increase in online demand, e-commerce, during the COVID pandemic. Consumers turned to online shopping with all the lockdowns and the health concerns. Macy's experienced a surge in their digital sales. For instance, digital sales at Macy's jumped 12% in the last quarter of 2021 compared to the previous year. That marked the beginning of the period during all the erroneous financial entries being first recorded. According to their disclosure, somebody, I guess, just playing a a game of CYA trying to keep their job, which, well, they don't have it anymore. All right, Eagle, welcome back. What you got for us?
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment about something you had said earlier about the astronauts that's still up in space. Didn't you say that they adding another additional month onto how long they might have to stay now? Did you say that they got some more bad news about they may have to stay even longer? Did you say that earlier?
That is correct. Yeah, I mean, they were scheduled to come back toward the end of February. Now it's going to be at least they said, toward the end of March. I think that puts them close to 9 months that they will have been up there before they get a chance to come back.
Yeah, that's a bad deal there. Look like it's a shame they got to stay at Christmas, Thanksgiving, and the New Year's, and then another 3 months. Yeah. Well, didn't you also say that the craft that they're supposed to come in is already there, but they don't know if it's safe enough for them to try to come back to Earth in?
Oh, it's all about
wait.
Yeah, my understanding, the way Philip explained it, is yes, I believe the module that they're going to come back on is there, but before one can depart, another has to be there in the event of an emergency. So the next Dragon capsule has to get there before they can come back, and the delay is getting the next Dragon capsule up there. That was supposed to be late February. Now it's going to be at least late March. Yeah, that's a bad situation. Real bad situation for those people. I would hate to be in their predicament, Steve, to know that you're going to be stuck up there for another. I don't know. I've seen videos of what they do during the day. They exercise and do experiments and other things, but I don't think that's a good situation to be isolated like that for 9 months. So, up to 9 months, and maybe even longer. It's a bad deal. At some point I would have told them, Steve, just say the hell with it. I think I'd just take my chances on trying to come back, and if I make it, good. If I don't, then it wasn't meant to be. That's the way I look at it. If I was stuck, I wouldn't want to continue being up there. So hopefully they make some kind of decision, in the next couple of months to get these people out of the predicament. But yeah, I wanted to make one other comment, Steve, and that's about Stephen A. Smith. This guy here, he's supposed to be. I guess there wasn't enough money in sports. I've been noticing that over the last couple of months. He's even got his own YouTube channel now. Now he's a politician all of a sudden. Now he's commenting on Donald Trump and the White House and other political deals. He's paid. I thought he was supposed to be a sports commentator, and now all of a sudden he's in the politics business. Like I say, I don't like this guy Stephen Smith. I don't particularly like people that comment on sports that never played. Because this guy has some serious comments that he say about some of the players, and that's why a lot of the players in the NFL and the NBA and baseball don't respect him, because he's never played the game before, but yet he has the biggest mouth. He's probably the biggest mouth in sports, commenting about players' behaviors and how much money people make. If I'm going to listen to somebody, Steve, I want to hear somebody that actually played the game. I want to hear somebody on television that played professional football, that played professional baseball, that knows what it's like to be a professional athlete. Stephen A. Smith is not a professional athlete, but yet he has the biggest mouth, and he talks the most trash to anybody. Every day he's on ESPN television in the morning, flapping his mouth about some other athlete in another sport. Like the guy in San Francisco. There was a football player in San Francisco last week during the game, and the coach told him to go in the game, and he refused to go in. He told the coach to hell with you, and
he walked off the field because he walked off the field. I can't remember what this guy's name is, but Stephen A. Smith is one of the biggest mouths talking about this guy should be kicked out of football. This guy should never be allowed to play football again. He's an embarrassment to football. But you never heard none of the other professional players saying the same thing. Yeah, no, he shouldn't be allowed to play for San Francisco again because he quit on his team. But that doesn't mean that he can't go to another organization and play for them if he changes his behavior and gets his attitude straight. But like I said, Stephen A. Smith seems to want to comment on everything. And now he's even, like I said, dipped his nose into politics. And the only thing I got to say to Stephen A. Smith and people like Stephen A. is stick to sports, my man, just like I told Charles Barkley, when he was trying to get involved with Donald Trump because he doesn't like Trump, and Greg Popovich and people like that you want to stick their nose in politics with a negative attitude towards Trump and people that support Donald Trump. Mind your own business. They pay you to talk about sports, not politics, Stephen A. Smith. Nobody cares what you think about Donald Trump or what happened in the last election. At least I don't. Stick to politics and mind your own business. And I thank you for taking my call.
Okay, Eagle on a roll. There you go. Another quick footnote here before we take our final timeout. Less than truckload carrier Pitt, Ohio, has acquired Midwest carrier Sutton Transport, according to the internal document obtained by FreightWaves. Wisconsin-based Sutton Transport has 13 terminals in Illinois, Minnesota, Missouri, and Wisconsin. Fleet includes 384 power units, 455 drivers, according to the FMCSA. Sutton Transport website shows more than 800 employees in total, including dock and office staff. The deal is described as a strategic move to strengthen our collective position in the region, according to the internal memo from Pitt, Ohio. Pitt, Ohio will now be the 12th largest LTL carrier in the U.S. with more than $1 billion in revenue. According to the announcement, Sutton Transport will continue to operate separately with network integration occurring in the coming year. 2 terminals in Missouri will be integrated over the next 45 days, though. Pitt, Ohio has 25 terminals in its network providing direct coverage in the Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, and Midwest. In recent years, they've expanded coverage by acquiring a majority interest in other carriers like Dorn Transfer, Ross Express, Teals Express, that predominantly is central and upstate New York. Dorn merged with U.S. Special Delivery in November. Pitt, Ohio, and has more than 3,400 employees, generates over $900 million in revenue last year. On top of the LTL offering a suite of supply chain, warehousing, and logistics services, as well as ground and truckload transportation. Mergers and acquisitions.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
All right, not a whole lot of time left, but just enough to say hello to 5-7. Looks like he jumped on board, checking things out via Facebook this morning. Copying the mail. Hope you're doing well there. Counting down to Christmas, right? He did say, for all those that said America's going down the drain, well, don't give up the ship. I guess there is hope, right? He said the people that called this show were in the majority. Were a better forecast than any polling. Americans showed great forbearance for Democrats' ideas until they crossed the line with children. All right. Maybe just a moment to real quick, we learned a little bit more about the shooting there in Madison, Wisconsin, day before you had the 15-year-old girl that was the shooter that killed two. Police added that she died from what appeared to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. She was a student at the school, used a 9mm gun. But what we learned was a teacher and a teenage student killed 5 students and another teacher injured. They reported that apparently she was relatively new to the school, just started attending this year. Young women are much less likely to be suspects in school shootings. Abundant Life School, and this is what I found interesting. Abundant Life School often served as kind of a refuge for children who had been bullied or struggled at other schools because their staff were quick to put a stop to cruelty. Ms. Smith said that members of the school community believed the shooter was new to the private school this year. She was among those who came to the school in need of a life change. The school's student population has grown dramatically, they say, since the pandemic. So whatever her background was, she had come in. We don't know the details of what may have occurred with her, why, the motive is unknown. All surviving students were ultimately reunited with loved ones in the hours after the shooting, according to WBBM. The station said a mother of 3 boys who attended Abundant Life School spoke to WISC-TV in Madison, Wisconsin, saying it's very sad. Some family members getting that call. And, of course, all those students there will be living with the trauma of this for the rest of their lives. The update. There you go. Have a great day. Wednesday in the books, right? Hump Day. So we'll be looking toward kicking off a Thursday here at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. Hope you'll join us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I